All right, everything looks good. All right. So the plans are, we need to continue to develop our land. We need to get a hook on Hrobar Royce, or maybe his son. The easiest way that we have at our disposal to get a hook would be either we could fabricate one, which I don't know if that's Rain's style. I don't think she wouldn't really want to go down intrigue. We could, but I don't know if she would. I want to go to university. That's also on the list. The other option would be to reform the culture and add ritualized friendship, which would take 13 years. Oh God. I mean, we could. But 13 years is a fucking long time. It's a long time. A feast for Gulls one day. That's good. That's good. I like that. I didn't come up with like a pithy title this time around. Proof. Is finding a criminating evidence seeking justice or self-empowerment? Proof of their inferiority. I don't think she's quite that self-righteous. I think she wants things to be done in an appropriate fashion. We have the unpressed claim on Bronzeguard. They're not good rulers. Their bloodline is weak. Yeah, they will not survive the winter. I feel good supplanting them and then letting them keep control of Bronzeguard while we govern the county from the new capital of Fieldrune. But we need that hook to make it happen. My motto is, anything that takes less than 13 years to do ain't worth doing. And you can take that to the bank. All right, we've got some windmills. How you doing, Snail? How was music time? What the fuck? Twitch just told me I missed the hype train. The fuck you mean I made it heifer? Rude. I'm assuming that's an autocorrect. Alright, we'll let the let time tick forward a little bit. The Horlor priests have proclaimed High Priest Amar as their head of faith. Well, let's do an update of the family, because I actually forgot that I've actually come in and done everyone's cosmetics up differently since last time. Rain now has some nice armor befitting her station. She has decided to adorn herself in the style of the Honeywiners. So that's some Honeywiner armor that she's wearing. That is colored in our... it's not quite our coat of arms, but this is sort of the color that we're adopting as a house. Loosely speaking, like these sort of like blue-green. Rin, however, is... Lord Rob Rin is dressed more like a northerner. Even though he's a Riverlander, but I don't know, that's the armor that looked best for him. Our wonderful husband, who is brave, honest, stubborn, and diligent. Rowan Redgull, our current heir, who is unlikely to be heir for very long. Because I think Robert is going to be our heir. She's wearing like a doublet. Then her sister, Rin Redgull, named for the last name of our husband, is just temperate, brave, and cynical. She'd also be. In fact, they're all pretty good kids. They've all come out pretty well, and she's actually what gets us our marriage to House Hunter up here. That is a pretty powerful alliance. And she's our ward. She's probably going to turn it with a decent education, I imagine. And then Rian Redgull, who is a bit of a brat, from what I can see. And then Robert, who I think is going to take after his mother very well. We are nearly 50 years old, and our youngest is 3 years old. So that's going to be an interesting age gap there. If we do make him the heir, he might be inheriting pretty young. I played some games with some cool guys earlier. Oh. Sounds like my dad. No, I legit said that. What the fuck you mean? I made it, heifer. Oh, okay. Now that I read it that way, that makes a little more sense. Someone told me it's a horrible idea to get some Taco Bell. You should do whatever your heart desires, but maybe your heart doesn't desire cholesterol? Question mark, question mark. Snail. Your guts will thank you to care for them. Yes, your guts as well. They will also be happier. What else did I don't think I tinkered with too much else. Maester Hake was still at it. Our daughter comes of age pretty soon. That's right. She became Marshal. She went to our husband and switched to Marshal and stopped being our ward. That's why we didn't have as much control over her education. Do not get Taco Bell. I feel like we currently have an explosive diarrhea outbreak tied to Taco Bell. Sorry for laughing. Rowan comes of age. I'm proud to see my daughter no longer as a child, but as an adult. As an active and enthusiastic child, it is no surprise that Rowan has done well in her studies of war and combat. It is impressive to see such skill in a display of someone so young. She displays a level of insight that's rare, even among veteran commanders. She got open terrain expert and she's a 4-star brilliant strategist. And she's got formidable fighter. Damn. Okay, we're gonna give her our spear at the very least. Oh my god. She's gotta become our marshal. Here, take the spear. Take the spear. Yeah. She's gotta be our marshal. Leobar, you've served so well. My daughter has to be the marshal. Okay. Okay. Take that off. You what's some actual armor I can put you in? What suits you? What suits your station? I'll give you Riverlands armor. I like that actually. She doesn't need. You know what's actually funny? I just realized pink, her hair color is actually the color. It's pretty close to her father's colorings. So that's interesting. Right, she was not our ward. Once Rin comes of age, we can start educating Robert. Okay, and then in a year we can confirm her. I really like the Riverlander armor. I like that it has the crest in the middle like that. That looks really good. Damn, 19 prowess. Which is gonna be like 23 now? 24. 24 prowess at age 16. She's taken after her dear old mother. Captain Lynn of the Lower Valeman Bulls was slain in battle by Guest Moraine. Why was I following you? Something tells me Corbray. I think he had the Valyrian steel sword. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The Valyrian steel sword Lady Forlorn belongs to Captain Rowena Corbray. Oh. A 0-year-old baby is wielding Valyrian steel. And she's also in charge of a mercenary company of around 800 guys. Okay. That's fine. You've been appointed Lord Robar's court chronicler. Well, thank you. I'm gonna save our money for the wedding, the grand wedding. Right? I'm certain we have a grand wedding promised. This is a grand wedding for sure, right? Right? At least one of these betrothals. Oh no. Hopefully I can change it to a grand wedding. I hope. I want the Redford wedding to be a grand wedding. And then ideally we'd want Rianne and Roberts to be grand weddings too, to be honest, if we can afford it. I'm just hungry and have convinced myself there's no food in the house. And Taco Bell's the only thing open. Reminds me of the Blackfish from the show. I think it's based pretty closely off that, actually. Waffle House. Sounds like an easy fight. Accidents happen. Magister Moro of Rodriguez was slain in battle. And did you also have... You had Cloudbreak, and you're in prison. Well... I'm tracking a lot of characters. This is unnecessary. We can come back to this later. Why am I tracking Jan? Okay, that's the future husband of Rowan. That's fine. Sir Humphrey. This is the guy that in our backstory, this is who we squired for. We're now older than he was when he died. I think he'd be happy. Alright, well, so what are we doing? We're increasing the development in gold for their house. We've got the windmill water wheels building. And windmills are being built here in the Tower of Gulls as well. Osmaray gains the trait Chaste. And you are the daughter of Della, my wet nurse? I guess that's fine. Do you feel like marrying a very smart man? Bring another good steward into the court, maybe? What the fuck is... What's... Yo, Landon. Landon, my guy. You look terrifying. What is this energy? It was us and you have to go mug that baby. Oh. Oh. Lord Maynard becomes your liege after inheriting title from Lord Robar. Died from his wounds. What? Where did he sustain wounds from? Did that trigger anyone else's I don't think he died of natural causes bell? Did that ring that bell for anyone else? That felt weird and sudden. My liege, my new liege is deceitful, vengeful. Uh-huh. Okay. Alright. And your wife is an Ironborn. And you're a master of the horse. Okay, well, you know. He was at an attorney, maybe? His background showed attorney. Yeah, you're right. Did he die in... It was like here, wasn't it? My fellow vassal creates the Liberty faction. We could join a Liberty faction, but I don't think so. No, that's a Loyalist faction. I don't see a Liberty faction. I thought that said drug dealer. 10 billion% I thought that said drug dealer. My master of the hunt, Orman, has brought me a man who claims to sell fine hunting dogs. I sell only the best hounds, already trained and ready to join any hunting team with no trouble. You'll find none better anywhere in the Seven Kingdoms of the Iron Throne, lady. Before me is a line of leashed dogs of various sizes and builds, calmly sitting for my appraisal. Do we have a dog? We don't. Will you run my kennels? I don't know if that's a job. I don't think we have, like, kennel master as a court position, do we? I don't believe so. Beast Hound. A loyal dog trained to fight dangerous beasts. A good scent hound is worth its weight in gold. Increases hunt success chance. Yeah, sure. Gull Boy. Well, what are we gonna name the... What are we naming the dog, chat? What's the name for the dog? Some Rumpelstiltskin vibes. Kennels give you a dynasty buff. It's so good. He gives you infinite dogs. No. I see. Well, I know that for next time. Scruff. McGruff. No. Okay, what am I going to name this? What am I naming this dog? River Run. River Runner. River Runner. A red dog. Red dog. Red. What kind of dog are you? Oh, well, we see the dog here. That might help. A faithful canine companion. His fur is black. His eyes are blue. He's a very good boy. Wave. And just black dog. A shadow. Because he's a black dog. That doesn't make sense. Cole. I like Cole. Cole's a good name for a dog. Good dog name. Pet the dog. As I stroke Cole's black fur, I can feel my worries dissipating. To have someone's unwavering loyalty and to know they will always stay by my side. If only people around me were more like you, Cole. We sit together for many minutes, his tail wagging and my shoulders relaxing till I'm ready to face the world again. Thank you, my friend. I can't believe I lost out on permanent dogs. Your liege, King Aelor, has declared war on Captain Agor. What did Bittersteel do to deserve the— Oh my god, what didn't he do? Jesus Christ, Bittersteel. An irritable, adulterer, gallows-bait, profligate, murderous, familial kinslayer. You killed Maekar? You killed Maekar Targaryen? You murdered him? Jesus Christ! I think he lost his sword though, right? Yeah, this is the second war that's been declared on him by the Iron Throne. War of Revenge. Oh shit. Aelor's like, you killed my uncle, his uncle, right? Do I understand the family tree there correctly? Yeah, yeah. It's like, you killed my fucking uncle. I'm gonna come kick your fucking pirate ass. Because Aegor is down in, Aegor's hanging out in the Stepstones. And he's already had his, his sword taken from him. He lost, is it Blackfire at this point? Or is it, which sword is it? It is Blackfire. Yeah, he already showed up and kicked his ass and took Blackfire back off him. Christ almighty. And he's a bastard. Yeah, he's one of the legitimized bastards. He's one of the legitimized Blackfire bastards. The ones that have claims all over the Iron Throne. I'm just saying, Flick, take that sword from the baby. It's so easy. I don't think it is, because I don't know how to do that. Let's find the baby that has this sword. I didn't see a baby in there. Which was the sword? It was Forlorn, right? What? Whoa. Oh, oh. That's a pretty good symbol to unite unite beyond the wall, I gotta admit. The King of the Fens. Did he kill the girl? Wait, what happened to her? How's Corbray, right? What happened to her? She's in prison. She's a veteran adventurer. Magner, Caster, please, please. You gotta let her go. You gotta let her go. That's enough. You got the sword. You got the sword. That's enough. Aren't Thens the cannibals? I don't know if they're actually cannibals. They're definitely accused of being cannibals. I don't know if they're actually cannibals. They have 16,000 soldiers. Yike. Yickety yike. Betrothal. Alright, Jandon Redfort and Lady Rowan of Redgull. We're gonna make this a grand wedding. And we're gonna hope we get enough renown that we can pick up one of the dynasty perks. Alliance formed with Lord Mandan of Strongstone. I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. Your daughter and heir, Rowan, and my brother, Jansen, will be joined in matrimony. Why anyone want to marry that uneducated scullion is beyond me, but I wish them well. I also look forward to the promised grand wedding. Try not to disappoint me. I don't like the way you're fucking talking to me right now, Mandan. You best be fucking careful, Mandan. We can all change in a heartbeat, Mandan. No, you're good. You're a good person. You're a good person in this timeline. You're a good person in this timeline. Alright, let's have the wedding at Goldfeather House, our new capital. As much prestige as possible. Everything else is kind of whatever. And we can try to get an alliance with someone. With the king, with Aelor? That'd be a little nuts. That's the Baelish sign. That's the Baelish symbol. What? Why do you have Baelish's symbol? What's the title history? Yep. Captain Torma the Proud Baelish, who I guess is the Bravosi that Peter is descended from? Okay. Royce of Coldwater Burn. A nice alliance would be good. That'd be a good one, but he's also so old that it's not going to last. Well, we don't want to ally Kid True. Grey Glen? That works. That's within our vassals, our liege's realm, because he owns some, he has some vassals over there. Sure, we'll get an alliance there. Or can I befriend? No, I can't befriend. That's fine. We're also going to try and befriend this guy, if we can. Hard. What's hard about befriending my liege lord? Apparently it's 17% likely. That's, Well, I have no idea how... So I guess the Corbrays were adventuring beyond the wall and then took a contract with someone that the Thens fought. And then he got captured, executed, and then his daughter was captured, and then he took the sword off of a baby. A literal baby. Why am I tracking Kyle Barnaby? Oh, are you a potential... You look like a potential spouse for... Ah. You look like a potential spouse for my child. My third born. I'm fairly happy to make that betrothal. We could see what she's up to when she's older, though. But we'll keep him pinned. Maybe we'll. Alright, we're gonna try and get Architect as soon as possible. That Valyrian steel sword ending up in the hands of the Thens is a little nuts. I will admit. My husband, are you drunk? Rin comes of age. With her coming of age, my tuition of Rin is at an end. A natural administrator from birth, it should surprise no one that she's come far in her studies in the management of the realm. Displaying a thorough understanding of the flow of gold and the wanderings of people, she even expresses a remarkable creativity in dealing with these matters. She's a fortune builder. And then she actually becomes eligible to marry Baomar. We're gonna roleplay that this is a joint wedding. That we actually get our two daughters married in like the same grand wedding ceremony. I quite like that as like a roleplay choice. Which reaffirms our alliance with Eastveld. We have a lot of really powerful alliances right now. We've got Gulltown with 11,000, Eastweld with 10,000, and Strongstone with 5,600. So we're kind of a little untouchable for the time being. Everything is ready. The decorations are in place. The guests are mingling and servants scurry around with loaded dishes. I can't wait. I need to turn this heater off. I wasn't aware that you would show up in your armor. What's your normal clothes? That's fine. It looks almost wedding attire. I'm enjoying the ceremony, proud of what I've managed to organize. Everything's going well so far, and as soon as I think I know it, I know I've jinxed it. Rowan freezes in confusion. Having clearly forgotten what the next step of the ceremony is, I can feel Lord Aelin's eyes piercing me from the crowd, urging me to intervene. I can still salvage the situation. 99% chance of succeeding because we are just diplomacy stacked. I've been noticing the growing crowd of commoners surrounding the event for a while. About a small troop of them is assaulting the kitchens and trying to guzzle down as much tea and fresh quail as they can. How do they even get in? They can share our merriment. Peasant connections plus 20% development growth. And 25 popular opinion. We like to be liked. And we like development growth. That's an easy one. Plus 45 popular opinion. I'm glad I told my servants early to keep an eye out for Lord Aelin's arrival because in the midst of the wedding preparations, I would have missed it otherwise. Instead, I'm proudly standing in the middle of the courtyard wearing my fanciest clothes / armor, and I'm surrounded by a guard of honor when he makes his entrance. I'm extremely pleased to welcome you, Lord Aelin. I'm certain you'll find my hospitality most agreeable and be impressed by all the wonders my realm has to offer. He already, max likes us. He super likes us, but I think this helps our diplomacy attempt. Would you like to see the venue's preparations? He was impressed. We lost a lot of stress because we're ambitious. Good. The day has finally come, and I couldn't be prouder of my Rowan, the beautiful bride. As the person sitting by my side has unwillingly discovered, look at her, isn't she radiant? And it's such a good match. Everything's perfect. As I finally turn around, I realize that my neighbor is none other than Lord Aelin. I could take advantage of this for a connection. I didn't really see the 7-pointed scar on his forehead. I'm gonna head to bed. Rest well, everyone. Thanks for streaming tonight, Flick. Hanging out here is always a great way to end my nights. I appreciate you, Nightshade. Good to have you too. Sleep well, and I'll see you next time. We can get the diplomacy intent complete. Or we can get 50 renown. How much do we need? Wait, what does it cost the first? What's the first unlock cost? 250? Oh, we can get it now? Wait, almost? We need the weddings one. Ooh, I wonder if we can actually get it to fire. Grand weddings are 50% cheaper. They have a plus 15 bonus acceptance. Fantastic. Increased chance to generate a temporary strong hook on lieges who like you at grand weddings. We need to earn another 65 renown. This gets us most of the way there. I'm just so proud. My god, we're so close. I think we get a little bit when a grand wedding fires too, so we might be able to pick it, but then we may not get the hook that we want. Everyone's been excited by the magnificence of the wedding venue. But Aelin's been looking for pretexts to complain. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear anything. As the ceremony runs its course, I place myself by Lord Aelin and engage him in some small talk, which rapidly moves into a more interesting field, politics. We share some casual remarks until I lead him exactly where I wanted him. Unexpected rains have been plaguing my people and damaging the harvest. Well, it's good to have strong allies in times of need. Alright, we got an alliance with Greyglen. Not a super important alliance, but being allied with fellow vassals of our liege is fine by me. Great claimant faction. On Runestone, right? The ceremony has reached its climax. Yep, we got a bunch of renown there. The traditional rituals have been completed, and all that's left is the final vows, the formal consent, the seal, and the marriage. As both Rowan and Jandon say, "I do," the crowd starts cheering. We all stand witness to the beginning of their life together. Exciting. Your Rowan Red Gulls left their council position in your court. It's matrilineal, so she should be coming to my court. And staying as my marshal. I mean, what are you doing? Okay, I'll invite them back once the wedding concludes, I suppose. We're going to pick up traditional red gull weddings. I don't think we're going to get a strong hook from here, but we might. With all the formality behind us, it's now time to celebrate. Apologies in advance for when I sleep lurk, but it's always good to see you. Thank you for the stream and talking shenanigans. I'll bother you later. Night, everyone. Take care, Gina. Sleep well. Let the wedding banquet begin. Enjoy. We can hope that we roll the dice and get the hook, but I don't think it's going to happen. Oath in moment. Rain, muses my liege, Lord Maynard. I've always rather liked you. You work hard to appeal to me, and your fame sprawls across Runestone like the boughs of a shady tree. I nod, presuming the man to be a bit taken by the festivities as he drones on. I have a proposition to make. You like pleasing me, and I like to be associated with you. What say you spread a good word about me to your admirers, and in exchange, I'll make it known that you have my special interest. Sounds like more than a fair trade to me. You get a strong hook on Lord Maynard Royce. Incredible. Exactly what we wanted. I don't need to befriend him. Screw that. I don't need him to be his friend. Wow, that triggered immediately. I picked up the perk and got it immediately. We're going to praise the party. No, that's rude. No, we're going to praise the happy couple as expected. I don't much like the idea of her. I have a loan pending, right? Surely I do. Yep, I have a note here on my desktop. 784 gold to be repaid by 246 AC. We got 8 years. I think we're good. Is there anything more jovial than a good feast? Our chance to be seen with the great and the good. What else can we do? Every feast, there's always one. Every single feast. Gently exit the conversation. We gain a diplomacy lifestyle perk. I mispronounced diplomacy in the most insane fucking way. We're gonna get embassies. Urge alliance grants +1 diplomacy. Damn. Yeah, and we have like 4, so that's a +4 to diplomacy. Nice. Then we have the alliance that we need. And so we're gonna execute this. We're gonna take Bronzeguard from House True. Throughout the meal, I found myself easily drawn into Shiera's conversations. She's got some interesting opinions, makes the very best jokes, and we seem to have so much in common. I really enjoy her company. She can become my friend. We have a couple of those. We've got 6 friends. I can see all the guests are satisfied and pretty tired, but the day of celebration is not over yet. I organize a festive procession to lead the newlyweds to their bedchamber. For those of us who remain, let's pour another drink. It's time. And we can start educating our son, who I believe is probably going to end up being our heir. We can make him inquisitive. We're going to educate our son to be inquisitive. With the newlyweds retired for the evening, the braziers are lit, the flagons filled, and musicians rallied for festivities long into the night. Hours later, I found myself looking hazily down my goblet at Lord Mandan, brother of the groom, who just almost choked on his mead and mirth. I admit it, your daughter is a fine match for my brother. Happy may they be. Oh my god. Are all Redfort men so beautiful? Absolutely not. Our intrigue increases by 1. We lose some stress because we're ambitious, and then he gains his skill as well. Alright. Intrigue is not our specialty, but it doesn't hurt to have stats. I approach my son Robert, who has a troubled look on his face. What bothers you? I inquire, assessing each wrinkle on his little forehead. It was a dream. I dreamt of being chased by shadows in a dark forest. Then ask yourself, my child, what the shadows might be. Fears, regrets, or something unknown? Why a forest and not an open plain? I share. Dreams are puzzles your mind sets for itself. To question them is to learn what stirs within you. It really makes you think, he mutters, with a slight lilt in his voice. That's my boy. Alright, windmill water wheels constructed. Now, I want to do a university visit, but how expensive is a full... We'll go to Bravos, because that'd be fun. 1,500 gold. Yeesh. Do we have a bank loan? We surely do. Yeah, we do. Okay, alright. And when, finally, the last guest leaves, I look around at the deserted venue. The food leftovers, the spilled spice wine on the floor, the echoes of people's laughter still lingering in the air. And I feel satisfied. What an amazing day. I did a very fine job organizing it. Thank you all for coming. You know what? We could indeed... Because she is where? She's at Lord Mandan's court. This might be a better place for her for the time being than us keeping her as like a master at arms. It might be more fitting for her to be over there for the time being. So we'll let our daughter begin her new life with her husband over in the Red Fort. I think that's fine. I think it's time to go to war immediately. I don't think we even need any help, really. Let's get the mangonels ready. Yeah, we'll get 40 mangonels together. And a unit of winged knights. Our new military prowess is kind of staggering. I don't think Rain would want to call in a bunch of allies unless we can, like, maybe take this without bloodshed. I don't know how likely that is. We also need to recruit some people from... Oh my god. The Legacy of the Conqueror. As I'm reading the latest missives from around the realm, I cast my mind to its origins. The conquest of the Seven Kingdoms remains one of the greatest feats achieved within one lifespan. I cannot help but ponder the impact of Aegon's conquest on our realm. The legacy of the Targaryen dynasty is undeniable, and its foundations were drawn from that one man's actions. A part of me acknowledges the benefits that have come with Targaryen rule. Stability, centralized power, and the protection of the dragons are not things to be taken lightly. Yet, I also wonder what would have happened if Aegon had not crossed from Dragonstone. Would Westeros still be divided to this day? Would a Westerosi have broken the stalemate? Could peace have been achieved without blood and fire? The legacy of the conquest will be debated for centuries to come, but it is time for me to decide what I can take away from it. I should work hard to change the world as Aegon did. Become 50% chance to become diligent. We didn't win that dice roll, unfortunately. That's okay, though. That would have been crazy. Picking up diligent would have been nuts. What is social figure? Popularity among peers, trait path. We're a fairly popular person. Popular among peers. How do we level this up? I guess this is just like being a good vassal. Friends in high places and slander from rivals. I don't really know how this proceeds. Alright, in a couple months we're gonna go for Bronzeguard. But we need to recruit some people from True. Your daughter's been told by Alis. Lady Rain, I seek permission from my heir, Karen, to visit you in the coming months. If you can assist in the lass's training, I would be appreciated, but I seek no commitment beyond that which you are willing to give. I was going for a guarantee of her safety and that she be allowed to access Goldfeather House, and she may come to know it and its people better. She's the heir of Eastweld. 18 years old, not betrothed. She is a dwarf. And a twin. Lady Perella. Who is compassionate, shy, brave, and patient. Whereas Karen is fickle, generous, craven, and ambitious. Interesting. Yeah, she's welcome. She's inheriting quite a realm. Eastveld. A chance for us to become better acquainted, Lady Karen. Lady Karen, what are you wearing? Lady Karen, I'm going to help you out. Lady Karen, I'm going to help you out a little bit. Lady Karen, don't mind me. I'm going to give you a slight makeover, Lady Karen. This one's on the house. This one's on the house. She is a dwarf, yeah. Here, where did this doublet and that, and then what is this? What is this wimple you're wearing? That's crazy. Is there any hat I can give this lady that makes her look? There's got to be some way to help her. Where is that coming from? It's not the hair, is it? Oh, it is the hair. My bad. Large bun has like a. I'm helping this chickadee out by giving her a makeover. We'll teach her how to rule, and we'll also give her a makeover. Here, you can have this braid. That suits you just fine. All right, there you go. A chance for us to become better acquainted. Appreciate the tutors going to work. An impressive heir. I'm pleased to note that Lord Elwood's daughter has proven most impressive during her first couple of weeks here at Goldfeather House. She's been pleasant and well-mannered to the castle servants, proven helpful, and a welcome sight at court. She's a fine maiden. We'll teach her what we can. Soren, our counselor, he's been our chancellor for quite a while, has died of old age. And Donald is not looking much better off. But Donald will step in. And Landon is infirm. Investment inquiry. With Lord Rob's diligent administration of my household's finances, there's a lot more gold at this end of the season than expected. I could probably switch him over to the domain when we're not at war. How should we best put it to use, wife? Magnificent dinner party. Invest the money in a local area. Gold for their house encourages development. Yeah. Oh, 325 gold is a good stack, but no, we'll take the 10% increased development growth. Our development growth in Goldfeather is pretty nuts. We're kind of rivaling Gulltown itself with our development here. A Liberty faction against Lord Maynard. Why did I agree to this? Karin has spent the last 7 weeks shadowing my every move, and the questions are endless. Why do you do it that way, my lady? What are you going to do now, my lady? Why did you say that, my lady? Every time I turn around there, she is trying to be helpful, but more often than not getting in the way. I sigh every time I think about the fact that the maiden's visit is far from over. Cole, feet and pole. It's become a habit to walk Cole daily. I'm not sure which of us enjoys the fresh air and sun the most. Cole bounds ahead and looks back at me and barks as if to say, catch up! And on we walk. Medium boost to health. Endless toil. It is my duty after all. Can I pat the dog again? I can talk to a confidant. As I rejoin the court, I see the jealousy in the courtiers' faces. After all, who wouldn't want to have Hake's trust? My mind is at ease, though. Alright, we're fine. Everything's fine. I want that university visit. We're nearly 50 years old. Warden Robin of Wickenden. Oh, this is a person that we were considering. We were considering invading him because he was not a just ruler. But I think we're gonna focus on the bay itself for the time being. Keep our preparations for a hunt. The wilderness has been calling out to me. It's been too long since I last hunted. Out there in the city of Goldfeather House, there are plenty of sly foxes. In the city of Goldfeather? One of those would do well on my dinner table tonight. Something is missing, though. Are my hunting spears too old and dull, or is it companions that I lack? What I have is enough. I just need time to prepare. Next hunt costs no gold. We'll do that immediately, then. Boar sighting at Goldfeather House. That's a 0. This is a -1. I guess 0 is better than -1. Does that... So, hunt is free. Does that count for falconry, actually? Because that's better for us right now, I think. It does count. All right, we'll do a falconry. We have a master of the hunt, right? We do. Okay. Soon. Lord Maynard is poor. Why is that? We're earning double. We're earning double what our liege is earning. Wonder how much of my gold goes to him. I shouldn't be surprised, given how impressive she was initially, but Elwood's daughter has become something of a popular figure around the castle. Every day she cheerfully greets the servants and does her best to get involved in the goings-on at court, and even things I wouldn't normally expect one of the noble blood to do. Work in the kitchens, chat with the guardsmen, run errands for my stewards. She does it cheerfully while keeping herself from getting in the way. Rather marvelous, really. Who was my child married to? Must be his sibling. That's the brother of the Lord. Okay. The youngest brother. What a pleasant development. Well, as long as you're having fun. That's what's important. Yummy local rats. Try and hawk a quail. Well. Mark has been admiring my bird since we first parted for a hunt, and I can hardly blame him. Such a magnificent and beautiful beast it is. We're near a small river, rich and busy with a fish of general size, and I feel this is the perfect opportunity to show what my hork can do. I'll grab a fish myself. I snatch a fish from the water like a bear. Yeah. We need that prestige. A great oak presents itself with its majestic crown, reaching far and wide. I carve Rob's initials into the bark. The love story between Rain and Rob is really nice, actually. I like that they're a very happy couple. Fly true, little one. Tobus the Blood Moon Stone has tripped in a trap. I hate this event more than anything. This event fires in literally every single hunt I've ever taken, ever. Someone always falls into a fucking bear trap, and then your only choices are... like, they're wounded no matter what. I gotta get that quail, dog. I gotta get that quail. My hawk swoops like a bolt of lightning. The quarry scrambles for cover, but it's already too late. Yes, my hawk shall feast this day. Since I was away, Lord Elwood's daughter spent the last several weeks in the company of Simon, who showed the maiden what it took for a seneschal to run a castle and manage not only the lands around it, but the lady's domain as well. The time was well spent. Good to hear. My hawk happily eats morsels of meat, rewards for its great performance this day before we depart for camp and home. Become the owner of a quail feather. Increases our legitimacy, a bunch of prestige, all good stuff. Thank the father I can go inside again. It was Karen's last evening at Goldfeather House. A small dinner was hosted in her honor, and I attended both as her host and the lady of my castle. She was incredibly pleased with the success of her visit, and thus in good spirits throughout the whole evening. Come the next morning, she was off on a return journey to Longbow Hall and her father. I can't help to wonder just what she will say of her time here, but either way, her trip is now over. I'm glad she got so much out of it. That's good. That's good. I'm glad. Okay, we can upgrade something here at the tower. I think just more... Let's put hill farms down. That seems reasonable. Yeah, hill farms. And then cattle pastures. Gotta keep developing. All is well. My family gathered at the great hall in Goldfeather House, enjoying the realm's relative peace while we feasted. My friend Alana was once again the life of the evening, keeping everyone laughing with her stories. Meanwhile, my little boy, Robert, sat at the table quietly, fretting and fidgeting while he worried over inconsequential things. These are the times that we'll remember. I think Robert's going to be a winner. This is where like he gets like sadistic and lunatic instantaneously, right? Lord Maynard Blackrune. Fucking killer name, dude. Vengeful and deceitful. And loves us. Alright, our army's ready. We're gonna take the fight to Bronzeguard. We're gonna take Bronzeguard and give it to... Well, we're gonna keep it under safekeeping for ourselves for the time being. And then we're gonna hand it back. We use the strong hook that we gained over our liege. And declare war, but we're gonna try to not call anyone in. This is gonna be the last piece of land that Rain adds to her domain. Because, I mean, and realistically, this is sort of like... This is pushing boundaries of what one can achieve in one's life, upward mobility-wise. People are gonna be looking at her sideways a little bit. But, with the support of Maynard Royce, who's like, well... I can't intervene, and I can't deny that you'd be a fantastic ruler of any of the lands that you govern. And I think maybe motivated by a slight element of greed on his part, he's going to allow us to declare this war. We're going to lead it ourselves. Chivalry from our husband. And in fact, our friend Alana is going to coach us, help oversee the realm. Want as much martial as possible. And we're gonna move straight for their... Whoa. They recruited a lot of mercenaries. 1,000 mercenaries. Maybe we do call upon a single ally. More so to avoid, like... kicking anyone too hard in the head. We could call upon the is it Godson? What is it? What is it? What is that? What's his relation to us? The True's current lord can make a good spy master for you in theory. Yeah. His son would be a fantastic knight, for one. I'm hoping to basically grab one of their kids and educate them myself, basically. And basically just put them in charge. Maybe not right away, but the goal would be to return it to them. Yeah, we're gonna call in Strongstone. We're gonna make good on that grand wedding that we just hosted. To the charming Rain, of course I shall join in this war. Our foes shall learn to fear the men of Strongstone. Wonder if that makes sense. Would it be politically askance for them to help? Probably not a problem. We'll wait for them to march to us. Ideally, rather than fighting them, I'd rather scare them off the point. I'd rather scare them off, like, Bronzeguard, and then... Oh. Well, I guess that settles that. I guess we're an unusual pursuit. I'm running through the courtyard when I spot a couple of children play fighting with wooden swords. One of them definitely disarms the other. At the start I recognize her. It's my own daughter, Rienne. She must have already seen me because she immediately bolts over. Did you see that? I'm going to be a warrior when I grow up, like Visenya or Nymeria. Or, like your mother? Huh? Spirited temperament. +2 martial and prowess. What is she learning right now? Stewardship? Sure. She switches to martial. All right. Couple of real strong warriors. The Battle of Bronzeguard. Ooh. So I did add a mod. I totally forgot I added this mod. I added a mod that lets us duel people in battles. The dust settles across the field about 100 paces away. I spot a lone enemy. His equipment marks him as a knight or commander, not a common soldier. His attention is fixed elsewhere. He hasn't seen you. The field suddenly feels empty except for you and him. Your pulse quickens. I will duel that bastard myself. He's the heir. Oh. I'm pretty sure we'd win, but I don't know if this feels right. This doesn't feel sporting to run over there and like murder Kennard's son in Mortal Kombat. In theory, can you grant mercy? I don't know, actually. I think it might just be to the death. Or I think there's a chance. I think it's actually a percentage. I think there's a chance he dies, there's a chance he escapes, there's a chance I get to decide. He might die just like because it's... Oh, alright, I'll duel that bastard myself. For a few brief moments, Ulbert and I pace in lazy half circles, each watching for an opening. I'm using a mace, apparently. I'll equip my dagger instead. I lift my mace, ready to defend myself, while he clutches his sword firmly to hand. This fight may only be the first blood, but that doesn't ease my nerves. With a sudden twitch, our bout begins. He wastes no time, meeting with an intense series of powerful cleaves that force me back step by step. I'm the fastest blade in Goldfeather House. In battle, I'm an artist. Every strike a brushstroke, every full and forward gout of blood a splash of paint. As I brandish my mace, switching seamlessly between flourish and strike, I paint a picture of agony across my foe. Spotting an opportunity, Ulbert lunges forward and headbutts me, hard, in the face. I reel back, wrong-footed. My form is good, with only small errors, and Ulbert's stance is passable. I've yet to open up my opponent's guard at all, and I see no way to yet claim victory. He's hit us with a dual handicap. Oh no. -4 to our prowess? Fool, take this. Feinting left with your mace, you stab right with an offhand dagger. That's funny that I equipped it right at the start of the fight. You gain knife to hand for 5 years. Yeah, screw that. My mace makes a rapid thump one way, only for me to draw out a fresh dagger with my offhand and lunge at Ulbert as he attempts to parry. He stays stock still, seemingly hoping I'll just throw down my mace. My form is excellent with little chance for a mistake, and his is failing. I'll show you how I lift a mace. Confidence. We killed him. Shit. Shit. Confidence is half of any fight, and I throw out fluidly rapid thumps with all the confidence of a seasoned expert. He does his best to ward me off, but he's entirely on the defensive, and his guard only gets weaker and slopperier with each blow. When the opportunity presents itself, I knock his sword flying with one crushing thwack, and like that, the bout is decided. Slain in a duel by you, on the 23rd of the 11th moon, I am victorious. Damn, that's a dark outcome. Oh man. Is your other son a good guy? He's slow and disinherited. Damn. Damn. Oh, fuck. Slow and disinherited? Oh, and that was their commander too? Oh, and there's other duels happening between people. Ooh. Jandon got defeated. He didn't get killed, though. There's a lot of duels happening, but not a lot of deaths. Which is probably for the best. Robin Royce? Is Robin Royce a knight of ours? Who's Robin Royce? Gold rune. God, that's a cool name. That's such a cool naming convention. Did I misread that? It was a different Royce. Maybe Royce was the first name. Physician's knowledge increases during the battle, I bet. Oh. Donald slew Ulbert True in a duel. Oh, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. We're the worst thing to ever happen to House True. Donald and Eldred. Wait, no, Eldred is not the guy. It was Ulbert. Oh, Kennard's brother and his son. Both named Ulbert. Both die in duels in the same battle. Shit. Did you guys marry cousins together? You did. No wonder she's spindly, and the first kid died of being sickly. What the hell? Truly a dark day. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's pretty good, Mingo. Proud of yourself? Battlefield Knighthood. After the battle in Bronzeguard, one of my attendants presents a list of soldiers who performed exceedingly well. Stevron's name stands out to me in particular. My attendant recommends that I knight them in a hasty battlefield ceremony. According to him, knighting these soldiers as they stand among the carnage and ruin of battle will inspire morale amongst our ranks. Boo me if you must. I'll knight Stevron. He's Lord Mandan's caravan master. Sure. We'll knight him. We lost 73 men. They lost 931. That is some rough stuff. And it looks like Strongstone is leading the siege. That's fine. They can get the gold as the reward. Thank you. They're basically getting paid 100 gold. That's not so bad. Agor. You fornicator as well. And you excommunicated fornicator. Christ. House Bittersteel's crazy. Lady Kellis Bittersteel. You haven't had kids yet? But you went straight for the inbreeding here as well. Christ, there's a lot of that going around. Robert Bittersteel. Has Rain ever knighted anyone before that? I think that might be her first time. First time called upon to knight someone. I think. I could be mistaken. We haven't fought that many battles, to be honest, in this campaign. We're not going to sleep with a random woman. I appreciate it, Osmaray. I appreciate it, but I'm going to leave you to it. We ain't about that life. We love our husband very much. All right, defensive measures. We want to get down to architect as quickly as we can. Your Captain Gunser has increased his prowess by 1 and then died of old age immediately afterwards. That's crazy, man. And then Donald died. Donald shows up as like, I trained Gunster in combat. He's doing really well. Oh, thank you, Donald. And then they both died. They both left my chambers and died immediately. Marissa. Would you be willing to find a decent diplomat to recruit to our cause? I bet... Oh, Lynn is 12 years old. That's not going to do. We have a wet nurse. The wet nurse was single, wasn't she? Della? An Ironborn. A very interesting Ironborn character. Stormlander, Lyseni, Reachman, Lower Valeman. Finger of Ailman. We'll take the Ironborn. That's a little unusual. Maybe he shows up in the port. Maybe he's like a sailor that shows up in the port. Yeah, cool. We recruit Korid as our new chancellor. We marry him to Della as a matter of formality. And the true armies are just so broken and battered that they just retreat. They retreat into the port of Gulltown and just wait for word back. Landon tripped and fell to his death. Losing a lot of counselors. We need a seneschal. Oh, and so Rin has also moved to the other court. Okay, that one makes sense because that one's a patrilineal. We need someone eligible. We need a new admiral. The fact that the Ironborn is not the admiral does kind of bother me a little bit in terms of like the plot. Can I do age? I don't think I can. All right, eligible. Elise. Vanilla, can I organize you by age? How about that? Lothar would make a decent admiral when he comes of age. Elwyn. Wow, what an interesting character. A brave, paranoid, lustful man who knows no idea how to use money, but is an incredible fighter and is beautiful. What a cool dude. A Bravosi Lady Admiral. Kind of into it. What about a Mela? Westerlander. She looks like she'd make a good admiral. You recruit a commoner by the name of Amela as our admiral. You just take off the hat. The hat does not work for most people. You know what? The clothes kind of don't either. Yeah, put yourself in that. That looks great. That looks great. You're going to be a great... Kind of accidentally dressed her in our colors, didn't I? That's fine. Alright, well, in a very decisive turn with about 1,500 casualties total, we take Bronzeguard from House True. Did we capture anybody? We did not. Well, we take Bronzeguard and Bronzeley into our realm. Found a new bank. Mistress Osmare. Was this the chick that we were going to sleep with? It is, isn't it? Osmare, the fornicator? She's the mayor? I mean, I'll pardon her for that. That's fine. She doesn't look like a very capable ruler, but that's okay. We'll deal with that another time. And we'll assign Leobar to maintain order here. We'll disband our army. We can station our winged knights here for the time being. Our army is very small, but very potent. Alright, try and get Bronzeguard under control. It is a different faith. I hadn't thought about that. Would she try to convert? Would she try to convert Bronzeguard? She is very pious. Ooh. Is that retroactively a really good roleplay reason for her to have the High Septon's permission? I kind of like that. It comes with the proviso that we're going to subtly help convert the faith in the county. Yep, that works for me. That makes a lot of sense. Your friend Leobar died. Leobar, no! That was he was the governor of Aaron Market, yeah. It's now governed by Master Owen. Well. I think Bronzeguard earns about like 7 or 8 gold once it's not screwed up by looting. How much gold do we need to go to university? Because that's going to be the next stop. 1,500 gold is crazy, but we can get there in about a year, I think. We also need to worry about that. We do owe a lot of money. Godless fools led astray by an underwhelming family. It is just they see the light of the seven. Yeah. 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 It's a very pious land here. And once we have architect, we're going to invest money in building a whole bunch of holdings. We're going to build a city in Checkerwing and a temple in Faith Key because it has the word faith in it, and I think that makes sense. And then in Bronzeguard, while we are going to turn Bronzeguard back over to House True, which I should really look into. I should see who we can get. Oh. Denissa Aaron, who is the lady that we saved from... oh my god. There's not a lot of you left, huh? Is it a matrilineal marriage? It is. We marry her to Sir Dennis of Blackleg. Sure. We keep their house alive and in our court. Robert is nearly 8 years old. He's doing pretty good. We are now 50 years old. My lord, the god. I'm confused as to why my husband wants to present a grand gift to me in the courtyard. I understand, however. He orders a group of soldiers into line. A complete regiment raised from my own lands, ready to serve you. This is a grand gift. More troops to bolster the army. Private levy. Or they'll serve as my personal guard. My personal guard. Another +2 prowess for 15 years. Who are the strongest people in the world? Where do I rank? This guy's got 78 for some godforsaken reason. Yeah, and our married Tencel too tall, but they never had any kids, unfortunately. This random dude has 72 prowess. 64. Sir Roland Crakehole of the King's Guard. That's an impressive man. Roland Crakehole's sword. Roland Crakehole's King's Guard armor. That's a historical character, I think. He has the white book? Oh, he's the commander, so he gets to carry it. I see. I was like, what? King Aelor has 42 prowess? Holy shit. The Ugly Fire. Man, that is still the most unfortunate nickname. I think he's been a pretty good king. There's a commotion amongst the children today. Lin was attempting to preach amongst his fellow youngsters and became the target of a small fight. Rienne intervened and did what she could to protect him. Alright, our daughter Rienne becomes brave. We might let her personality evolve naturally, because we are being a bit more particular with our sons. I think we're going to get him we're going to get him squired under someone else. Get him some other life experience. We're not going to be his squire as well. My daughter Rienne is more likely to receive a good education due to Lord Rob's tutelage. Man, our husband is the best. I love him to pieces. He's the best. Guys, our husband's incredible. Our alliance expired since Rin Redgull and Beomar Hunter. No! Slain in battle? What battle are you fighting? Where did it happen? Rin, are you okay? You had only one child, Vance Hunter. I'm gonna bring her home. That looked like it made her visibly sadder. I'm gonna bring her home. And I'm gonna make her my new Castellan. Wait, she didn't come home? She's in a patrilineal marriage. Oh, I see. Well darn. Switch you back to domain, thank you. Oh, man. Oh, Rin. I'm sorry, Rin. Wait. Oh, wait. You married him. You married her. You married her off? To someone else? Oh, that's fucked up. Why didn't I get my mother Balara drowned? I married Rin. What the fuck? That's a crazy set of circumstances. I married Andrew. Okay, well, if you're happy, you're happy. I get. That was fucking strange. I guess my daughter is busy. All right. One more tick and we're going to set off on university. Now, we're a little old, but this is still going to help us tremendously. We can get a lot of mileage out of out of getting architect sooner than later. And it'll speed up our track towards maxing out stewardship. And then maybe if we're feeling spicy, we can switch to diplomacy and pick up some things there too. I don't know about that, but we'll see. We'll see. The grouse of Bronzeguard. My master of the hunt brings words of beasts spotted. Many a worthy grouse seen roaming Bronzeguard. Well, we're just trying to get Bronzeguard under control. And university visit. Okay, here we go. We're going to travel to Bravos to study Owader at the Isle of the Gods. All right, we need to take advantage of getting some more skills. Okay, Bravos is a messy place when it comes to touring it properly. Ugh. This one can be after. This on the way out. The Court of Smiles. All right, and we're gonna journey across the lands of Bravos and try to just visit as much as we can while we're there. That looks quite deep. There's no way we can get all the way to Pentos and back, right? It looks like we can. Dragonstone. For Marshall. I was like, I thought we'd already visited that. Okay, we could. Oh, Cronton. And then go to Pentos. No, see, now it's getting too far over the limit. We'll leave Pentos for another trip. But how about... how much of this can we actually explore? Okay, that's looking good. Now it's too large a deviation. Okay. What about this is the last stop. That one's too large. What if we skip Cronton? 1 day over? Really? That seems a little unlikely. What if I sneak this in? No, 1 day over. Annoying. Okay, well, why don't we just skip this one? Which, fuck, what is that? Emergence? What? Where does it say emergence? Here, gaze. Okay, via her gaze. We'll skip that one and the one immediately after it. And we'll clean these ones up instead. I don't know how much we need learning, but might as well while we're here. Really? I can't swing by here? Okay, that was not what I wanted. Wait, what? Oh no. merchants. Hugor's Hill. It'd be... Okay, snuck in one more. That seems fine. That seems like a lot. Alright, okay. Well, here we go. We should probably actually hire captains or mercenary guards. Yeah, get our danger to 0. And here we go on our university visit. Are we a little old for university visit at the age of 51? Yeah, but we can still use this to... Oh, we can ask our head of faith for gold? How does he have so much? Well, as part reward for us seizing control of Bronzeguard and immediately working to proselytize and convert people into the Light of the Seven, the High Hawk, the High Septon, awards us with a large parcel of gold to subsidize the building of a temple. Incredible. Everything just keeps going right for this family. Our father's influence. I've seen my daughter spending a great deal of time together as of late. My daughter and my husband. Not a bad thing, surely. Who'd begrudge her for spending more time with her father? But the two of them are thick as thieves. My husband has the last wrapped around his finger, and thus his influence runs deep. I can only hope this means good things. She gains the trait honest. Yeah, I think they're gonna be okay. And we're gonna pour some of that money. Where are we gonna pour that money? Okay, so we've landed in Bravos, and we're exploring. Getting a bunch of experience. Awesome. Balance of Truth. And we're going to start studying at university, and hopefully we get some good events. I'm finally here, walking the hallowed aisles of the hallowed halls of the Isles of the Gods. Revered seat of all knowledge of the Vyoch world. Bravosi. I have so much to learn from the holy men and women who gather between these venerable walls. And what about all the ancient scrolls and books? Of course, major centers of culture are also active markets and offer all the distractions that a student could ever desire. It's time to get started. We can unlock organized muster rolls, which I don't think is going to help us because we don't really have that many levies to begin with. I'm suddenly distracted from my midnight studies by a crash, an ear-deafening slam, and an expensive-sounding shatter. What in the world is going on? The source of disturbance appears to be two peasants. The father knows how they got in here, ravenously gulping down a barrel of the university's imported tea. That'll teach them, one of them shouts. Yeah, they think they're better than us just because they can read. Poor unfortunate souls. I shall see to it that you learn how to read. 340 gold, 150 prestige. We become more successful. They join our court. Sure. We'll recruit some Bravosi that we find. We'll bring them in. We did just get some money for charity, so let's be charitable. The library is empty except for me and Noho. We've been reading the same page in Kingdom of the Sky over and over, but it's of no use. I cannot concentrate. Not when he keeps gently biting the tip of his quill while softly running a finger across his copious codpiece. What? And he keeps looking me directly in the eyes while doing it. I think we deserve a break, my turtle dove, he moans softly. Must focus on book. What the fuck? My in-depth studies in the Faith of the Seven Doctrine at the Isles of the Gods have confronted me with so many new questions. Not all of which seem to have clear-cut answers. Some even have contradictory explanations. Is faith supposed to be completed by reason or not? Does faith only ever deal with the unseen or not? Can we ever know what is unseen or not? Yes or no? There must be meaning in the contradictions. Okay. You got a lot of chances. Most of them are good. You made some progress. Alright. We're hoping to get to 3, but 4 would be even better. Aegor Bittersteel died of old age, leaving only 4 members alive in the Bittersteel dynasty. Fair enough. word as good as gold. Elora, one of my most respected teachers of the Isle of the Gods, is clearly a foreigner. Her accent and mannerisms betray her as Bravosi. While not necessary for my studies, learning her mother tongue would foster a privileged relationship with Elora, which is bound to be a good investment for the future. This will bring me closer to the Magister. 81% chance of learning Bastard Valyrian. We're going closer to our friendship with Elora. We get a much more successful. All right. Well, that's an easy sell. We learn Bastard Valyrian. That's nice. I think we want Hake back as our Castellan. I'm back working on stewardship. I'm sorry, what? Hi, Myth. Yeah, people are weird at university, it seems. I mean, that was my experience in the real world. But teaching at the Isle of the Gods takes place for the most part in oral form, and students are encouraged to exercise their rhetorical prowess and to show the progress of their learning in debates in front of their peers and teachers. Today, Broteo has asked me and Belena to take up opposing sides on the topic of reason versus faith and discuss it out. Let me begin from the seven-pointed star. As everyone knows, we become much more successful. Okay, we might get to 3. Just wasn't expecting to hear that when I loaded into your stream. No, me neither, really. Ooh. The Isle of the Gods is home to fervent debates among teacher and student alike. After a particularly enlightening lecture from our teacher, Broteo, I found myself dragged into one such debate with another student. No, this is the guy that tried to flirt with us before. No, you're making no sense. You're completely misrepresenting the philosopher's point, I scream. You are completely delusional, he fires back. Because you didn't want to fuck me. From the corner of my eye, I see Broteo stare at us with a pensive look in his face. But as the master said, we destroy him with facts and logic. This has been such an amazing experience. When I left, I couldn't even imagine the number of wise men that study at the Isle of the Gods. The depth of their thinking and the breadth of their research. Just being part of the same environment has made me a much better person. With my newly gained knowledge, I can make my way home very satisfied. However, during my stay, I've grown close to one of my teachers, Broteo, and I'm loath to part ways already. On the other hand, my teacher Elora made such a great impression on me, and I'd like to spend more time together. Broteo doesn't seem helpful, and Elora neither. You guys chill out. We're good. Our stewardship increases by 1. We gain prosperous seneschals. We actually increase our education trait. We gain 2 stewardship perks. And a book. The Sturdy Herbularium. I'm going to rename this to something more fitting for it. A monumental herbularium with detailed drawings of each plant and descriptions of its medical properties. The cover is wood that has been painted to display a repeating image of interlaced knot patterns. I can rename this, right? Oh, what is it called? Oh, I'm going to call it Flora and Fauna. Popular figurehead and divided attention. Okay, we nearly have Architect. And we have money out the wazoo right now. Yeah, we can start building once we have Architect. We can build a castle here. 575. That's going to be a huge reduction. 10% off building cost. 10% off holding construction cost. That's a pretty big discount. Magna Urba. Oh, I like Magna Urba. I like Magna Urba a lot. It's a little Latin, but yeah, that's fine. Can you find that in Valyrian for me? Thank the Father I can go inside again. Well, our university trip was very successful. My marshal has not fully quelled the unease in Bronzeguard, but we're working on it. And very soon we'll have Architect under our belt. And we can fully commit to, just like turning the wheels of industry. We're going to build like crazy. We're going to turn these 3 counties into some of the most prosperous places in the Vale. Very quickly, in fact. And it would cost us how much to upgrade a castle? $28.50. With 10% off, that's going to be Discounted by like 200-ish gold. Rova Hirabiv. I like that. Magna herba is great herb in English. Ah. I wasn't actually expecting you to find it in Valyrian, for the record. But that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, boss. That's fun. I was gonna rename this from Lady Rain's Dagger just to like... Red Gull. What's the... Oh, there's a kind of knife that has I'm thinking of it. Dirk. That's funny. Gulls Mew. Huh. I like Gulls Mew. That's cute. Maritime Trading Handbook. Oh, we should have this equipped actually. And that should be there. Courtney died. Oh, we've had a real change of the guard. Lothar, you can be our new steward. I'm actually going to switch you with Amela. You can become the new admiral, and Amela is going to be the steward. Explorer from across the narrow sea. My evening has been consumed by an aged explorer, wishing to tell me the exotic stories of their exploits and adventures in Essos. Despite its age, Maladon's eyes remain sharp as he tells me of an island that remains cursed and tainted from its origin. Ruins locked behind impenetrable bogs, save for the unluckiest travelers of all. The only things that the damned find there are blood magic, mutilation, and a red death. Though the hour grows late, Maladon seems more than willing to carry on if I wish. Maritime mysteries for 20 years. You cannot possibly be telling me the truth, old man. And tales of faraway lands are always soothing. Lose a bit of stress. I'll take maritime mysteries. That +3 diplomacy for the rest of our life. Because we are not making it to 70. No way, no hell. And there we have it. Architect is unlocked. With Architect being unlocked, that reduces the upgrade cost of the tower to 2550? Wait. I'm pretty sure that was the exact number it was before. Let me take a look again. I think it was a bit higher. I think I'm just crazy. But we're gonna get to work. We're gonna commission a new castle to be built in Fieldrune in 3 years. And so we pour construction costs into building a keep in Fieldrune. Oh, right across from the Falcon Tower. Oh, what if we can make it like a companion piece? And in Checkerwing, we're going to build a city in 3 years. And with what's left of our gold, we're going to upgrade the walls and towers in Goldfeather House. Oh, we are just thundering along now. This is progress. A Mew is a gull call. No, I like it. I like it. It's also like a soft... Just like a soft cry anyway, isn't it? A Mew. Also a Pokemon. Believe it or not, it's also a Pokemon. The feast in Goldfeather House was lovely tonight. Everyone was quiet and well behaved, and the spirit among my family was one of congeniality. And shortly after the food was taken away, young Robert bounded up and determined to entertain both Rob and myself with a merry song and dance. My husband and I laughed heartily. And of course, there was a moment where our eyes met. Did I not change the category again? No, I did. Okay. My husband and I laughed heartily, of course, and there was a moment where our eyes met as if to say, this is our son. We are a family. Oh, wow. This kid has become the favorite, hasn't he? We're going to teach him to be just. He's a just and inquisitive lad of 8. And this is probably going to be the heir. I'm going to wait until he comes of age to really make that decision in full, but that's my boy. All right. Our next goal, once we have queued up construction, we got 4 years to pay off this loan, don't we? It is 700 goldish. Neither are these the Crusades. I mean, there was sort of a Crusade adjacent before. Man, Goldfeather House is a grand little realm. Lord Maynard Blackrune still loves us to pieces. When does this hook come available again? After the 6th of the 10th moon, 244. So in 2 years, if we're still alive and he's still alive, we can use this to manipulate our vassal contract. Following the death sentence of a lowly thief, I asked my daughter Lady Rain what she thought. She responded that the sentence was far too harsh for such a small crime. She becomes just. Wow, Rienne is like a fucking YA protagonist. The True family. Thank you. That's important. There's only 10 of them left. There were like 15 of them before we went to war with them. And Tynissa True is now the dynasty head. Would you like to come to court? She's in a patrilineal marriage. Okay, we have to find someone in the True dynasty. Okay, she's kind of like a cousin of a cousin. Alright, this is the main branch. Rosalind True. I slew your husband in a duel. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, Christ. Sir Lionel True. This guy looks like he could do it. Zealous, brave, chaste, and content. A naive appeaser, homely knight, a trained fighter. This guy looks like he'd be a good ruler. He has a claim to it. And then his cousin, Horace. He's craven, but he's and vengeful, but he's patient and compassionate. Or we could bring in Rosalind and raise one of her daughters. Let's bring him. Let's bring in as many as we can. Okay, she doesn't want to. Rosalind True doesn't want to. What if you were to marry? What if I was to arrange a marriage so that you weren't left in the dust and the dirt? Harold Redgull, our grandson. I guess we didn't get to name him because he's been born in a foreign court. I'm going to marry you to Lord Andar. I mean, Captain Andar, because you're both lustful, brave. Lustful and brave. You're going to get along super great. He's lowborn, so you don't want to. Right, I forgot that you were noble. My bad. Lionel. You don't want to come here? Lionel? Let's see if we can befriend her, maybe. Let's befriend her. Let's see if we can convince her to come over without a marriage. Is there anyone else? The Maesters aren't a good pick. And Tynissa, despite being the head, can't have true children. She's close to coming along. If we befriend her, I think it'll be fine. What about Horace? Inspired. Inspired? And that Lady Diana is not really appropriate. And Marcella, we'll have to keep an eye on it. If we befriend her, I think she will come, and then her children will come with her. And when her children are here, we will ask to raise one of her kids. We'll Rob, what if we offered to educate her children? What if we got Rob to take care of it for now? What if... Yeah, we'll start with Kalara. They're traveling. Inconvenient. Inconvenient. Are you traveling? You don't look like you're traveling. Oh, you're at an entourage. You're at this feast. Okay. We'll go to a feast with our liege lord. The servants run across the hall, bringing the final decorations. Some of the guests are yet to arrive, and I indulge myself with a delicious drink by the fire. There's no place I'd rather be. We've got a lovely time ahead of us. Oh, we better. We freaking better. So, we've ended up with a fair amount. Well, I guess, so initially we started with the tower. And the runestone is this sort of crescent shape here. We seized control of gold for their house, and then we justified us taking over Bronzeguard. I know what I said, I just don't understand why you find it so funny. I'm having a hard time understanding this dialect, and I heard that you're a cunning linguist. Never mind. Never mind, it's fine. Sir Albert Weatherwax is looking for a rescue. I'll distract the converging guests so that the shy Sir Albert can hide away. A favor hook. We can ask him for a little bit of money. Is there anything more jovial than a good feast? A chance to be seen with the great and the good. We might actually cash that in. We helped you out. We wouldn't mind you giving us a small gift of money as a result. Rowan, you've had 2 kids and you didn't tell me. Junior Redgull and Harold Redgull. Oh my god, the nudity's on. To imagine that they had such a secret. My acquaintance Rowena and Lord Gilwood spill out. Well, let me just go turn that off real quick. What started as an ordinary feast became an exceptional one, thanks to the presence of Lord Aladar. What a good evening. Closer to growing a friendship. Aladar the Compassionate Templeton. Ah, the Lord of 9 Stars. That's a pretty powerful duchy. As the feast winds to its inevitable conclusion, there's one event remaining that everyone is expecting, and that's Lord Maynard's toast to the guest of honor, Lord Gilwood. And shockingly, when Maynard turns to his guest, instead of praising him, he immediately launches into a vociferous and frankly rather inspired spiel, questioning Gilwood's intelligence, moral character, and general smell. Lord Maynard? We in the audience are all struck dumb. That ill, the end of a journey. I got sick with what? Oh, our health is poor? Do no more than what is necessary. Thank you, Hake. Wow. Wow, that took us to our health is not is declining as we age. Who would have thunk? Oh, and that was the end of the feast. I can go inside again. We can declare war on Tyrosh to flee the slaves of Tyrosh. That'd be a crazy war. And declaring war on just Tyrosh writ large to stop slavery. There's one independent over here. And one up here. How did you gain independence? Aren't you like Cormyr? I guess not. The disputed lands look pretty disputed right now. And not independent. Salt in the wound. While I was in the market with Robert, his attention was caught by a criminal chained in the pillory. Robert watched him for a while. He did nothing but cough and beg for water. Robert rolled his eyes and kept on walking. Okay, guys. This is an interesting choice. Should we make Robert So we can take what's the default. This is what the game's telling me is this is what he's defaulted to be, is callous. Should we let our future heir be callous? Or should we exert stress to either make him arrogant or to make him compassionate? I feel like it's between callous and compassionate. What do we think is more interesting? He's already just. He's not like a bad person. And callous isn't considered to be like an evil trait. Should we like roll a die to figure it out? Flip a coin maybe? Alright, heads is callous. Got tails. Let him be callous. I think it would be interesting to let him have at least one questionable trait. Because it'll change the roleplay up a little bit when we take over as him. And because it's his default, it's not like it's a really bad trait. And I feel like, it's like, he's not a bleeding heart. A defender of the faith of the seven holy sites spreads into the lordship of Gullview. And no one in the family is really compassionate. That's not really a thing that we're known for. We're known for justice, and he's already just. So I think that's fine. I just think that's interesting. Let's pay this loan off, because I think we have... How long do we have? We've got 3 years to pay it off, but I think we want to take care of it now. We just need another tick of gold or two. Oh, we're going to be building like crazy. I think we might immediately take another loan out, actually, if we can. The beast of gold for their house. Rianne, stop it. Rianne, quit it. Rianne, you're 12 years old. You gotta stop sneaking out and scaring people. We can hold 5 counties. 5 castles. Cole, the troublemaker. My vassal Master Owen approaches me, rage in his eyes and dog in his hand, dragged along by the scruff of its neck. Get your fucking hands off my dog. Alright? Don't drag my dog by the scruff of the neck. You piece of shit. You fuck. I hope we get better soon. I don't know if we'll survive. I mean... After learning that Rolls won't be guesting at a matter in the town of Shetdocks, I realized that it would be the perfect occasion to meet with her. Such a pleasant woman. Alright, now come to my court. Is that not enough for you? Okay, who in my court has noble blood? No one. You guys are making this really tough for no reason. Lionel. Lionel. Horace? What has inspired me? Inspiration, I see. Oh my god, wait, we're ruled by a child? Lord Jasper Aaron passed away and has been succeeded by his only son. His only true-born son? Jasper Aaron? Whoa, the Aaron dynasty... That's tough. You're 2 years old. Interesting. Why is House True making this so tough? I want to give you guys land. Just come over here. I'll give you your stuff back. Balara True. Why is this? Why are you making this so tough? I don't know how to get a hook on you. I don't know how to do that. Is it possible to play this game and only interact with the event cards? Not really. I guess you could play an adventurer, but I don't think the adventuring mechanics are any more fun. I could befriend Lionel. He's married. That makes it tough. What about you? Can I marry you to someone in my court and you not find it fucking weird? I could marry you to Rien. That would be a bit odd. He's focused on his inspiration. What is this inspiration he cares about so much? So I need to get... Oh, she's Upcliff. Okay. There's a way through this. Come hang out with me. And the Maesters don't want anything to do with me, I don't think. Why is House True made this so difficult? What's up, Cliff? Not much, Cliff. What's up with you?
Darkness and death.
Upcliff is the family that rules a small county on the tip of the bay. Offer guardianship. Can we bring her into the court? Is my husband busy? You don't have 2 wards. Man, this is surprisingly tricky. Radio Flicker's my fave. Same. We all gotta have our favorites, don't we? No matter how ill-advised. Repay bank loan. Repay my loan in full. Our second curtain wall is constructed. And then at 53 years of age, I think we're gonna request our final loan with the Bank of Bravos. Glad to be well again. Yeah, me too. 53 years of age and fine health. Sickness could kill us at any time, really, at this point. We have a lot of health boosters, but including strong, but that may not last. Large amount of gold in a long term. 2,000 gold. 10 years at an interest rate of 6 per year. 6% of 1975. And times 10. That's like 1,000 gold on top. That's a bit crazy. What about a 5-year? I think a 5-year might be more reasonable. Large amount in a short term. 7% per year. And times 5. It's about 700 gold on top. We can do that. That's easy. But let's check out small amount. 790. I kind of want to... I need a big chunk just to get this all invested. We're going to go with large on short term. This is our best choice. We just need to make sure we pay this back before we die. All right. So with 2,000 gold at our disposal, we're going to get the apiaries upgraded here. We're going to upgrade the windmills in Goldfeather House. We're going to have a city built at Old Rune. And a temple at Faith Key. Okay. That was a lot. That was a lot. I wish to visit Rin. Rin! In Standish. Whatever for. My husband looks at me and says, do I truly need a reason to visit my daughter? I won't be gone from Goldfeather House for more than a few months. 6 at the most, if that's your concern. Of course you can go. It's like, why are you going to see Rin? Our daughter? Why am I going to see our daughter? Is that your question? We're going to teach Robert Bastard Valyrian. My housemate is named Rin, and it throws me off when you talk about them. Like, how do you know them? It's a good name. It's a good name. And then I come back to reality. Whoop, there goes gravity. I hope Rowan's doing okay over in the Red Fort. Weighing opportunities. I walk through the streets of Goldfeather House, looking for opportunities to remedy the somewhat empty treasury. When we reach the market's waiting halls, Amela starts to speak with a hushed voice. We can quietly get more income if we get creative with the taxes on the goods brought in here. I can arrange another set of weighing stones, slightly adjusted in weight, yet they will look the same. Then for the same goods, the merchants will pay us more. None should suspect a thing. If you wish, we could change the weights and watch the money flow into your coffers. No, a truly better set of weights is needed. New weighting system for 10 years. Boom. Bang, bing, bang, bong, boom. So much dev growth. So much development growth in Goldfeather House. Gold and a plum. Okay. Working down the other side of the stewardship tree. Would you allow someone to play vassal and putz around while you literally lord over them, asking for a friend? You can do that. You can play like a... It's probably easiest to be like... Well, it can be a little tricky. Sometimes it's better if like... Rather than like being directly under someone, if you just have like someone like playing as like a powerful friend. But I definitely have like some ambitions at some point to like run an event or something with like a group of like CK3 gamers. Like for instance, I would love to do like a big multiplayer CK3 thing for like Japan in the default game, of course. Or like everyone picks one like empire title and we all play as scheming lords. Like in like, I mean, everyone could spread to the winds, of course. But I like the idea of like everyone kind of being like nobodies, all kind of like trying to climb their way up. Like if everyone was like in the north, for instance, like there could be some really cool stuff there. If it's like the goal is everyone plays as a single county, single county house in the north. You get spread out and there's like, I don't know, like anywhere between like 5 and 10 players could be very interesting. You see what everyone does with that. You see how everyone tries to carve out power for themselves, and like if people get like back like putting like a certain person like on the throne, and like trying to eventually get the north independent from the rest of the realm, etc., etc. There's some pretty cool stuff you can do with like a big multiplayer game when everyone's a little bit roleplay minded. Because of the way that succession works, the descendants of those people would have hella cool backstories. A freeman's fortune. Lyman, a free tenant running some of my land in Bronzeguard, has pulled an exceptional harvest this season due to his meticulous planning. He wishes to use some of his profits to purchase a piece of my estate for me so he can build upon his success and grow more crops next year. Independent farmlands does give flat dev, but it does limit control growth, and control growth is kind of all we're about there at the moment. I'm going to invite him to join the court. I'm going to immediately promote him, this commoner, to the role of admiral. Actually, no, I'm going to give him the role of steward. Amela will return to being our admiral. And Lyman, you are going to be our new steward. And as a reward, I'm going to let you marry someone. Yeah. I'm going to let you marry someone. I'm going to get you a nice wife. Nice wife. Belena Aaron, you're a courtier. We could put the Aarons, the Port Aaron. We could put them in charge of Bronzeguard. If we can't get House True in here, we could put the Aarons there. That's not a bad choice. Maybe that's the play. You can marry Elsera. There you go. Because out of the houses that we have in our court right now, like our courtiers, the only house that we have that's not our own is House Aaron, the Aarons of Gulltown. Alright, I have this set to eligible for marriage, don't I? That's not a bad, like... We could put Tanissa in charge. I mean, she might be craven and paranoid, but she's just and chaste, and we can raise Belena as like a just ruler and put her in charge of Bronzeguard. If we can't return it to House True, I think that's my plan. Because they're making this really fucking tricky. They're making this really tricky. Who actually has claims on this land? I don't know why I exited out of that. That's the exact screen I wanted. Lady Diana of Pikemouth. Lionel True. And Horace True, who won't come here because he's so inspired. Which is so stupid. Come work for me. I'll pay for your thing. I'll pay for your thing. You can make your thing over here. If you come here and you accept rule. Accept that you will rule. Why is everyone being so difficult and weird? Alright, the temple's under construction. Checker Wing's under construction. We befriend Horace. Are you willing to... Yes. Wonderful. Fucking fantastic. Sir Horace True. He's patient and compassionate. He's craven and vengeful. That's fine. This is a start. Get House True in here. Reflecting on the father. As I'm sitting and meditating on the finer points of the Faithless Seven, I cannot help but think back to when I journeyed to the Stony Sept and a pilgrimage with Alana. Our friend, Alana. She does not look like she's aging as well as us. This is our best friend, isn't it? I guess not best friend anymore. This trip was far from the quotidian. I've never seen that word before. Quotidian. That's a new word for me. Quotidian. Occurring every day or being ordinary, commonplace, and routine. Damn, new word unlocked. But the relief I felt upon arriving at the Stony Sept made it all worth the trouble. Growing closer to Alana was an added benefit. We certainly enjoyed some quality time together on that pilgrimage. Wait, she's not our best friend, is she? Oh, so many of our friends... No, Arel is our best friend. My mistake. Who is also not looking great. And her nips are kind of poking over the edge of her dress. Like, don't look, don't look, don't look. Don't look, don't look, don't look. Everyone calm down. But his art. Art is so weird, man. Did he show up already? Is he here? We can do like Dynasty. Not Red Gull. Or not Lowborn. That'll be the cleanest one. I can pay for his sponsor. I can sponsor him. Okay. You're not really the one that I wanted, to be honest. But I'm not gonna shy away from it. Cause I don't know. Maybe we can get the other guy, Lionel. I don't think he'll come unless Yolanda Upcliffe comes. And I don't think she's going to. He's not going to show up. He's not going to leave his wife's side because it's a matrilineal. Wait, no, it's not. Wait, why won't you come here? Oh, wait, there's the button. Fuck. Yeah, no, they're not. There's no circumstance where they show up. So it's going to have to be Horus. Horus is going to have to be the new ruler of Bronzeguard. And it's not perfect, but we can get him married to someone decent, maybe. But we're gonna, I mean, do we get him married? Maybe we leave it to him. Maybe we put him in charge of Bronzeguard and then he can take care of that. Because he's gonna be the rightful ruler of Bronzeguard again, and he can control his own fate. But before that, we're gonna do him a solid. He's gonna string us a magnificent bow. Incredible. Finally, the Archer plotline finally comes full circle. Make me an incredible bow. Also, I'm really sorry I killed your dad in a duel. I'm really sorry that Wait, no, this is not the one that we killed. Never mind. Never mind, we're good, we're good. Booyah, thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing today? Up late. Time disappears in Horus's room. Drinking mead as we excite. Is he gonna fucking flirt with me right now? There's tension. My mind wanders, absorbing the subtle quirks of his body. This game rewrites my character to be so thirsty in every scene that she's in. It rewrites Rain to be some kind of barely constrained horn dog. I don't know why. Every milquetoast motherfucker with a pulse that crosses her path, she's like, I mean, maybe. The tool drops from his trembling fingers as I gaze longingly into his beautiful eyes. He falls into my warm embrace. Get the fuck away from me. Work on the bow, you weirdo. Do your job, and then rule my city, castle, whatever it is. Rule the castle. You fucking lunatic. In the name of the divine. Oh, Robert can become cynical too. That's such an... This is going to be great. This is going to be great for the roleplay. We're going to get him educated by a fine warrior. Who's a good warrior to educate our boy? Sir Horus True? That... Oh, Rin. Our husband can educate him. Perfect. That's great. Awesome. He can squire under our husband. He can either become temperate, a lesson in moderation of all things, or cynical. I like cynical so much. That is such a departure. That's such a huge departure from us, and that's what makes it interesting. He's just an inquisitive, just like us. But instead of being ambitious, he's callous and cynical. And again, these aren't evil traits. They're not as evilly loaded as they kind of sound at first glance. But great departure from us as a character. I'm really happy that he's going to become the heir. We should probably take care of that as he comes of age. So as long as we make it... Oh, 60? Are we going to make it to age 60? Ooh, I don't know. And thank you for the follow as well, Simon... Okay, Simon Siska. I'm going to assume that's how it's pronounced. But please correct me. Gotta admit, you playing one of my favorite games again makes me click the follow. Hey, no problem, man. But yeah, what were we playing last time you showed up? I remember your name. Was it, were we playing Dead as Disco? Or were we playing, Oh, no, Booyah, you were here for a message from Deep Space. You were here for when we played Deep Space the other day, right? Right. You like CK3 as well? Yeah, we're definitely not done with Message. Message is a great game. Not done with that yet by any means. But it is I was scared that if I started playing it tonight that I'd never stop. Yes, I love CK3. Me too, me too. We're playing a Game of Thrones mod at the moment. With a custom character who well, the story behind her is that she was a squire disguised as a boy to Humphrey Harding, who was a knight that is a canonical knight who was killed at the tourney of Ashford Meadow, which is the tourney that Dunk the Tall fights in Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, in the TV show, but also in A Hedge Knight, the book. So we've made a character who is like semi-canon. I mean, sorry, she's semi-canonically tied. She's tied to canon, in a way. And then the idea that we had was like, she was knighted by Humphrey before he died. And then kind of like the Lords of the Realm, you know, back home where she's from, which is the Vale, were so like, we don't want to admit that a knight made a mistake or that the lords that witnessed it were wrong. So we're just going to say that's totally fine and intentional, and that's fine. And then so they could stop calling her sir, they gave her like a shitty burned down tower on like the edge of the Vale's territory, so that people could call her lady instead. It's like, but if we make her a lady, no one has to call her sir anymore. We could invite Rowan back to our court. I think she'd come back. Alright, so we have a true in our house. In our court, rather. But we're pretty roleplay heavy with this one. Pretty RP heavy. So we're trying not to expand like crazy quick. That's not really the goal. The goal is not to like get as big as possible. The goal is to... My Maester Hake died of old age at the age of 64. Oh, he's been our chronicler this whole time. Oh, man. Well, the common-born Lymond becomes our Castellan. And Lothar becomes our steward. And Lyman showed up being like, I want to purchase some land from you. And I said,
You work for me now.
Perfect, perfect. A traveling bard. Darren, an itinerant bard popular with the common folk, has arrived at my court. A local landowner encouraged him to seek me out so that he might perform for myself and my household. Prior to the performance, he came to ask what sort of music would be most pleasing to my ears. Sing of the valor of House Redgull. Well-known dynasty, yes please. A splendid evening indeed. I'm going lurk mode. This is quite interesting. I'm glad you find it interesting. I'm just gonna take a quick break, guys. Just like a 3-minute. It's been a while, hasn't it? How long was my last break? I need to set timers. If I don't set timers, I never take breaks. I'm so bad at this. It's not your fault, guys. It's no one else. It's my fault. It's no one else's fault. All right, we'll be back in 5. What the hell? What on earth? What? Oh, something just crashed. I don't know what crashed, but something did. You guys can hear me, right? The animations broke. I don't know if you can see that. Like the animations for my my shit broke. Wait, hang on. What? The animations. What? I heard. The thing is, I heard a little doo-doo. That kind of stressed me out. What the fuck was that? All right, well, that's the timer, I guess. What on earth? All right, let me. Okay, well, it's a static screen, I guess, for now. What the fuck? Oh, hang on. This is weird. This is fine. The frame rate's fine. The bit rate's fine. Nothing's broken. Except for this? Weird. Weird shit. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I've got no clue why why this why the animations got broken from my loading screen specifically. That's such a weird. That's just such a weird outcome. I'll have to see what was up with that. I heard an error message tone, which scared the shit out of me. But we didn't crash, so I guess it's not that serious. I guess it's not that serious. Well, after Maester Hake has passed, we send for a new Maester. Horus wants to complete his inspiration. My lady, look at that. I've never seen such fine materials. He breaks away from a market procession to accost the merchant selling the coveted item, ecstatic over his find. With this, my project would reach new heights. I could create something truly marvelous. Please, my lady, bestow this gift upon me. Your project is worth investing in 410 gold? Sure. Him making the bow for us is symbolic of, like, us returning the new Maester of Gold for their house. Maester Yehin. Salt Dornish, a schemer, a novice physician, and fashionable. Another 410 gold. Whoops. I don't suppose that the High Septon would want to help us out with a little... He does not have 815 gold. I don't blame him. Well, we're 423 gold in debt. That's fine. I'm gonna ask Rowan and Rin and our Aaron just to fork out a little bit of gold to help us out. Help us claw our way out of debt a little bit there. Alright, we've got the temple under construction. The city's about to be constructed along with Field Rune. Which we're gonna name the tower of something. Or something tower. What bird would we like to name this this new tower after? Lymond left the court because he became the courtier of Seneschal Ormond of the Citadel because he became a maester? Dude, you were my Castellan. What the fuck? All right, Amela, you're my Castellan. Wow. There's some weird shit happening here. All right. Elsie, I know you're sick and dying, but you're going to become my admiral temporarily. Until I figure this shit out. What the hell, man? A seagull chicken. No, we can't. My treasury is empty. My larder barren. We're fine. We're barely in debt. Even the rats have been sold to pay for my expense, but I'm unable to pay off all the debts I owe. Scrutinize the ledgers for anything that can help. We can just gain 410 gold, 100% guaranteed, as we cash it on several overlooked debts. I'll owe Master Humphrey, not Maester, a weak favor for 410 Who the fuck is this shadowy guy? What's up with your shoulders? What are you wearing? Are you meant to be naked? What is this? Just dress like a normal man. I'm begging you. Take that off. There you go. Confiscate religious property to raise funds. I'll tighten my belt and save what I can. We can scrutinize the ledgers. 410 gold. We're out of debt. Easy. Easy. You can demand payment for your liege, Lord Maynard. As much as I like being Chancellor, we are now going to make a move here. With this strong hook that we have, we're going to pressure... Ooh. Fortification rights. Yo. Oh. Fortification rights. Coinage rights. Castellan. And offer more levies. Boom. Incredible. Incredible deal. Fantastic deal. Deal of the century. Art of the deal. Great deal. All right. So with the strong hook, with Black Rune just being like, you're the fucking best. You're pretty great. cormorant. I like cormorants. That's nice. We say we'd like our contract to be specified as Castellan. That means that we contribute more levies. So we give more levies to him in exchange for less tax, basically. Right now, we do a lot. But we're going to contribute a lot more soldiers to him. And then we raise that even further. So he's going to be getting like most of our levies at this point. But that's okay. We rely on our professional army more than our levies. So we're okay with that. He gets more use out of them than we do. And this being higher is a bit of a pain, but it's fine. It's not a big deal. But we switched to Castellan contract, which also increases our levy size. Okay, we might end up with more levies. I don't know. He's getting more of the levies, whatever the case is. But we get a bit of a discount on our army gold maintenance. We get defender advantage in our own lands, which is great because we're kind of homebodies, really. We get increased levy and garrison size and levy reinforcement rate. We pay less tax. All that's really great. In addition, we get coinage rights, which means that we get a plus 0.1 flat development growth in our realm capital, which really helps us continue to develop Gold Feather House as much as possible. And fortification rights. We get an additional +1 fort level in all of our counties. Castle buildings are 15% cheaper, and holdings cost 50% less. That includes upgrades. The vassal is granted the right to construct new castles and fortifications with the support of their liege. This support, in practice, means that the vassal pays 10% less tax than what their feudal taxes obligation dictates. So, we are going to be making a lot more money, and it's going to be cheaper to upgrade things. We get more development. The only loss is the levies. We just give a lot more levies over. So yeah, we have like a good 1,200 less levies. We only have 2,000 levies to our name now. But that's fine. That's fine. Greetings, my charming vassal. Circumstances have made it necessary for me to make the following alterations to the contract. I trust you will find these changes to be fair. We're now making 51.7 gold a month. Compared to our lieges, 11.3. We are absolutely tap dancing on the grave of everybody else in the Vale in terms of the amount of gold that we're making, hand over fist. Now, admittedly, part of that is because our army is not very big. But the main reason is just that we have such an incredible... We're pulling 33.5 from Gold Feather alone. Another 10 from the Tower of Gulls. And soon to be about 8 or 9 from Bronzeguard. This is then going to be given away once we figure out what we're going to do with House True. We could cancel this and get a bunch of gold back. No. That's fine. That's a little too gamey. A little too gamey for my taste. But all these buildings are now going to be cheaper by 15%. Considered opinion. My sponsee, Horus, updates me on his progress. Droning on about the limits of tools and workstations, my mind reels with bold ideas for my project. Stringing may not be my personal forte, but doesn't mean I can't have a say in how my money is spent. Higher quality. I have a few suggestions. The artifact produced will be of a higher quality, 89%. Hell yeah. The Cormorant Tower. We're going to rename this to just Gull Tower again. This is actually what it was named originally. Then we're going to name this Cormorant Tower. Family feast, all is well. My friend Horus was the picture of grace, smiling warmly whenever the conversation turned his way. Meanwhile, my young son Robert didn't stop rolling his eyes and heavily sighing at the slightest mention of the 7. Even so, it was good. We were all together, and that's what matters most. Robert is such an interesting character already. I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled as to how different he is. By the father, man, leave me alone. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered by Horus yelling as he storms into the courtyard. Andar quickly follows, but stops when he sees me. My liege, please, talk some sense into Horus. I'm trying to help him since I have some experience may improve his work. Who are you? Oh, you're my captain. Why aren't you in rags? Because you're a peasant leader. Okay, whatever you like, man. Convince Horus to listen to Andar. A slightly higher quality. Wonderful, wonderful. We can station mangonels here. Not for very long, but hey. We could actually make another castle if we wanted to. Remembrance Isle. That could have a castle built there if we wanted it. I don't think it's necessary. Field rune. Cormorant Tower. We have Gull Tower over here. Cormorant Tower, which is really just like a keep at the moment, which is then dwarfed by Falcon Tower, which is held directly by Maynard. Wait, does he? I don't think he does, actually. He holds Runestone, but Renly Thaler holds Falcon Tower. Okay, interesting. We're then going to make Cormorant Tower the capital. We're going to move the county capital from Bronzeguard to the Cormorant Tower. And then we can build windmills and water mills there. Yo, this is going to get a little crazy. What do we start with? What's the first thing we build? I think it's the manor houses, right? We'll put the water wheels first. Water mills. Okay, this might end up being the second craziest holding that we have. Alright, I'm not in a super rush to give things to Horus, but we'll figure it out shortly. Disabled building. Our vassals remember. Humphrey and Owen are amongst the most powerful vassals of my realm. I never know how to keep them happy, so they don't go around stirring up trouble. Perhaps flattery is the way to go. Anyone would be pleased to have something made in their name, wouldn't they? And I'm just the right thing in the making. I shall let my friend Sir Horus know that I'm dedicating his masterpiece to my trustworthy vassals and advisors. No, it's gonna be to myself. This is our bow. The bow is gonna be our legacy that we pass down. I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled at how different Robert is. Lord Karen Grafton. Lady Rienne. I'm going to have you... I'm going to have your father finish your education. I'm going to make her my squire. We will train our daughter as our squire when she comes of age. But we're going to put him over there. And then we're going to ask the Graftons if we can educate. If we can educate Corinne. They won't let us convert her culture, which is fine. That's fine. But we're going to ask if we can educate Corinne. We're going to try and make her a better match for Robert. So, you know, you're going to marry my heir? And so, it's not a long way to travel. They travel from Grafton's Holdfast to down the road, so it's not like they're going far. We're like, we'll take care of her education. We'd like to teach her. She's going to be raised in stewardship. Incredible. We're going to make her inquisitive. Can't make her just, because arbitrary kind of counsels that. That's going to be an interesting... That's going to be interesting. But we're making her inquisitive at the very least. And we could make her ambitious. We could make her a bit of a Lady Macbeth type, which I'm kind of into. I'm kind of into that. What is disabled here? Oh, the windmills, of course. We can replace this with cattle pastures, I suppose. Even tempered. I was watching Corinne play with children when Robert tried to push her over. Yo, Robert, no, that's your wife. That's your future wife. Karen took it in stride and sat down to talk to Robert instead. Man, Robert. She can become forgiving, interesting, wrathful, or fickle. I'm going to go with forgiving. That's fine. That's interesting. That's a very interesting character moment right there. Forgiving, inquisitive, arbitrary. She's your fiance. I see. The deer of Gullview. Interesting. We could try to reform the culture to be equal for women's customs 13 years. I think we do that. I don't think we're going to get to 10,000 prestige, and we're not going to get to accomplished forger in one lifetime, I don't think. That's what we would need to pick up a Valyrian steel sword, for the record. But, who knows? We'll see. We'll see. I won't rule it out. Golden aplomb. 57 gold per month. Pretty crazy. My lady. My friend Sir Horace approaches me with a satisfied smile drawn across his face. I have toiled over the workbench many days and nights, but my work is finally done. He presents me with an object wrapped in cloth, and as I unveil what is hidden within, my eyes grow wide. A very fine yew self-bow. Self-bow? Strung with linen, useful in both hunting and war. +3 prowess, +5% fatal casualties, +5 advantage in hills and highlands, and +10% hunter trait experience gain. That's pretty cool. I say ghoul? Pretty ghoul? We all know what I meant. We all know what I meant. We all know what I mean. We'll build cattle pastures here. 105 gold. Those discounts are stacking like crazy. That strong hook is nuts. Pretty gull if I say so myself. You know they wrote Red Gull on the ceiling. Red Gullible. The rain of arrows is incredible. The rain of arrows is incredible. That's such a cool legacy weapon. It's not Valyrian steel, but goddamn. Goddamn. I like that a lot. Ask a vassal for a loan. Oh. Greetings, my charming vassal. I've run into some monetary difficulties lately. Would you be willing to grant me a loan of 295 gold? The amount plus 25% interest will be repaid in 5 years. Just off the top of my head, 25% of 300 is roughly. So 25% of 300 is 75 gold on top. Ish. So it's like 72, 73 gold, around that ballpark. Sure, man. Sure, we'll help you out. We're a good vassal. It's a real you scratch my back, I scratch your situation over here. Horizontal windmills built here. Oh man, these are some expensive upgrades. We're actually capped out on windmills here. Yo. Okay. Once the control is done, I think we'll install Horus. I think we'll put Horus back here in charge of Bronzeguard, and then he can marry and continue his line as pretty much the new house head. So we preserve House True and make loyal vassals out of them for life. I'm still holding off on this for now. I still want him to come of age. I want to survive until he comes of age. And make that kind of, make that important. An important moment. When we make him our heir. Oh, the Cormorant Tower. Faith Key is almost built. Okay, so we built Checker Wing. We can help them out by at least building a trade port there. We could build guilds there. Does the Shet Docks not have a port? You're called the docks. You're docks. You're called the... I don't understand. I guess that's fine. All right, we'll build the guilds here then. We'll help them out a little bit. They are our vassals after all. We should take care of them as well. I'm trying to figure out what we build on the Isle. We could build another keep. Oh, I forgot about the loan. We need to start paying the loan back. Aye. Aye. Oh, I didn't even take account of when it would be up. Oof. All right, that's fine. I think we're definitely not getting more gold from the High Septon. That ain't happening. He would need to get a crazy windfall to be able to pay to be able to bail us out. But if we get any cost, we can sell titles. So we can sell lesser titles to people that have like done us favors in the realm, and that can get us an influx of gold. 60 gold a month. We are out of control. I don't know if we can be stopped. I don't know if it's possible to stop us. I think we might be too powerful. I don't even know the definition of the word hubris. We're earning 60 gold a month. Smitten by God. Are you saying I'm going to be smitten by God or smote? If I'm smitten by God, he might he thinks I'm his best girl. Speaking of rain, of course. A small village constructed in old ruin. A shrine built in Faith Key. And simple pastures built at the Gull Tower. This will be automatically allocated in a second. Any second now. There it goes. And we can help them out as well by building the monasteries. Our vassals will not be able to earn money to upgrade their territories unless we give them a little bit of income. And so building the first couple of buildings for them is not a bad idea. Help them start Leviathan. It behooves a strong lady to spend time at sea with a salty air in her face and a fine vessel beneath her feet. Today sees my personal craft and a small escorting squadron out for drills, practice, and pleasure. The short voyage has been an exhilarating change of pace from life at court when we spotted a distant plume of water, followed by a small island of wine-dark flesh rolling out of the waves. The greatest beast of all the deeps. A whale. What a grand quarry. You face a true Leviathan of the deeps. You slaughter a whale and haul it ashore. 300 gold. God damn. Getting stuck in. There was a commotion between the children today. Thurston was attempting to breach among his fellow youngsters and became the target of a small fight. Corinne intervened and did what she could to protect him. And she became brave. Or calm. I like brave though. Alright, so we've made Corinne pretty interesting as a character. And we're trading her in stewardship. So I think this is a good deal. This is a good deal. I can see the logic behind it, where it's like, your daughter's going to become an excellent steward. She's going to help govern Goldfeather House. Smoted. and smote his ruin upon the mountainside. Lord Tamar the Toothless Badger Liddon of Denslane, what a long title, has been excommunicadoed. Besmooten. Yes. Yes, I imagine I would be. What's the last thing to put here at Gull Tower? We could build, hospices. Or a military building. I think we build hospices. Get some plague resistance here. I will keep plague resistance here as well. I might replace this with a blacksmith, but otherwise, yeah. So much alike. I've been told that my husband and I are very much alike. I'll admit it's true. He finishes my sentences, seems to anticipate my every desire, and it's rare that we disagree on almost anything, lately at least. This is one time where the gossips have it correctly. That is no small feat for a married couple. This does not mean we always agree, of course, but lately the familiarity has led to an ease I rather enjoy. Rob recently met me in the courtyard when I returned to the castle, and the genuine smile he favored me with made mine easy to return. For now, it's good. He's our soulmate, our husband, lord, and captain. Rob has been, like, such a fantastic character to bring into the story. All right. Lord Rupert of Red Bramble has also been excommunicated. All right, and now that Bronzeguard has been brought into the fold and control is returned there, we double down on that by granting the barony. This is the capital, right? And a capital. All right, I was double checking. We're going to lose a bit of our income here, but this is what we promised we'd do, and this feels fitting. So we're going to grant this to Sir Horace True, our captain and friend. Make a loyal vassal for life. He's not the greatest, but he is by far worthier than anyone else that was in line to inherit. Horace True becomes our vassal. He's earning about 10 gold of 5.6 a month. All right, he's in a good spot. We've set him up pretty well. Yeah, there's our loyal vassals. House True. All right, you got to get married. And I think that makes him... He will soon become the head of the dynasty, I'm pretty sure. It'll probably tick over in a bit. Our daughter, Rienne, can marry. Rienne comes of age. Hey, Rienne. Oh my god. 4-star brilliant strategist, aggressive attacker, formidable fighter. Hail. You're crazy. You become the new master of arms, Lady Rienne. And I'm going to educate you as a squire. And we're going to get your training underway. A bit late to be training as a squire, but we can't take female children as squires still, for whatever reason. All right. Our Seneschal, Simon, is not doing well. We're going to put Sardenis Blackleg in that position instead. And Galena, you are our new wet nurse. And Septon Tristan, you are going to become our court chronicler. We're going to put Elwyn as our sworn shield. And Andar as our other 2 bodyguards. Our husband becomes our personal champion. He's not the greatest, but he's... I think he would be pretty good at it, isn't he? Oh, he's ill. Yeah, once he's not ill, he'll be a great personal champion. This Andar, who I'm going to put in armor because he's wearing prison rags and it's bothering me. Yeah, the Veil Common armor. That works. You become the court smith. Arel, sweet Arel. Oh, that's our best friend. She's infirm. No. No. We're gonna have to replace you with Elsera. The captain of the household guard. Leobar. He just got demoted from Master at Arms, so let's give him the captain of the household guard. That's a bit of an apology. And Maester Yeyan becomes our antiquarian and starts improving our artifacts. We can afford all these now pretty well. Only role we don't have filled is a scepter. Let's pay off a chunk of the loan. We need at least 1250 to pay off half of it. Stewardship perk unlock. War Profiteer. No, we're not going to be at war, I don't think, in this character's lifetime. We are living a life of peace now. Peace and prosperity. We probably should have asked him to convert. But no, we'll let him. What is your vassal contract, actually? Is that a thing I can look at? Oh, he's not even a lord. He doesn't have a lordship anymore. Wait. Oh, I guess... I guess we skipped a lot of the... We definitely altered the timeline. Why are you so ill? You've got cancer. That's very unfortunate. I'm so sorry. You know what? Maybe she didn't want to come here. Oh, and you've moved in here now. Who's your heir? Rosalind. Balara. I'd educate her myself if I could. No one there can be educated. Alright, fair enough. Well, we've accomplished a lot today. How long have we been playing for? We haven't even passed 40. I think where I'm going to call today, because we've been going for quite a while. I stumble upon my vassal, Master Alester, crouching beside my dog Cole, vigorously scratching his stomach. This dog of yours is quite the charmer, my lady. The Maiden's Day. As I begin my daily routines, I find myself absently overhearing conversations around me. After a short time, I notice that the talk of the court is Maiden's Day. It happens to be today. All unmarried maidens are expected to make a pilgrimage to the nearby sept to light candles at the statue at the maiden's feet and hang parchment garlands around her neck. Feeling off today? Well, the end early go for dozens of ill-advised hours. What did you choose? Well, we're going to be wrapping up pretty soon. We're going to wrap up once our son comes of age and we make him the new heir. That seems like a good stopping point for today. Although the significance of the day almost slipped past me, I still must decide how I should prepare for the day's events. Marianne, my daughter, should attend. She's praying. Pride fills my heart. I'm proud of raising such a responsible child. Rianne's a great character. Honest, just, brave, inquisitive. Should we let her have a love match? Oh, House Velaryon. Love match be damned. House Velaryon is very interesting. We could see if they get along. He's chaste, fickle, calm. He looks like a decent boy. She's a better fighter than him, by far. I'm gonna finish her training first. How you doing today, Deciduous, by the way? I don't think I greeted you properly. How's it going? How's it hanging? What's up? undershot water wheels constructed in Cormorant Tower. Love that. And we're going to build the manor houses. 97 gold to build manor houses is crazy. That's nuts. I wonder if we can afford to upgrade the castle itself at Gull Tower. That would be pretty intense, pretty impressive. We're building so tall. Aching bones. Why does my back hurt so much? I really stumbled as I rose from bed, a minor misstep. No bruise, no wound, but a pain radiating throughout my spine. Surely it'll pass. Osteoporosis. We get the fragile bones trait as we age, which is fair. Might be the thing that does us in the end. 3 more years of gameplay. Good, I'm in Italy at the moment, so hot. Well, damn, how's Italy this time of year? Oh, hot. Makes sense. We're gonna replace this with a blacksmith. I'm gonna try and save up to pay off half this loan, so we can get the interest under control. Your liege's regent has changed. Warden Arnold is replaced by Lord Protected Dauphin as your liege's new regent. That could be dangerous for us. He doesn't have claims, at least. Does anyone have claims on gold for their house except for us? Nope, we have successfully sidestepped that. Oh man, I thought there was like a male-only succession law here for a second. Family feast, all's well. My best friend Arel ate only a little of her food instead spending most of her time talking. My other friend Mark kept mostly to himself, quietly trying to avoid any and all conflict with the rest of the family. Even so, it was good. We made friends with our own son, Robert. His intrigue increased. Robert's going to be such a fun character to play as. Second generation, he's going to be such a departure. Holy shit, Flickstream, let's go! Hey, Wintercell, how you doing? Good to see ya, good to see ya. How are we on this fine, fine day? Feels wrong to not be just shoveling money into things. I'll leave this as is, but I should. I found a new bank. I don't think so. I think Rain has accomplished so much in her life. I'd love for her son to be the one that founds the bank. That just feels like a... That feels appropriate to me. She's learning quick, at least. Oh, do I don't know if I want to build a castle or not, to be honest. Okay, we'll build guilds here. Get this underway. Pilgrim's quarters at Gull Tower. That's good stuff. Upgrade the cattle pastures. I'm trying to just sink small amounts of gold in, but it's so we can keep climbing up. And to pay off that debt, that loan. Can Rob have a mustache? We'll see what facial hair he rolls, because he will, I think. I kind of want to give him like a little goatee. Does it have an option? Wait, he's got a braid? Oh my god. Robert, what an interesting choice. Does it have beard? Beards don't even open at the moment. Okay, alright. We won't be able to see that until he turns 18, I don't think. The beards don't usually go for the male characters until they're 18. What's up in the park? What a weird question. What's going on at the park? Hey, what's going on at the park? Tell me. Building a castle here wouldn't be a mistake, but it wouldn't necessarily be optimal. I think another city on Remembrance Isle Or we could build a temple there. A second temple. We'd have a lot of septs in our land then. Maybe we build the temple to celebrate the conversion completing. We build a sept. Not a whole lot, just some ducks and stuff. Denana of Tyrosh was slain in battle by Racalio. Why was I following you? What war are you in? You're fighting against Lys? Well, the three daughters are fighting. And surprising absolutely no one. Denano had a sword, methinks. That must be it, yeah. We can double check the sword market. Longthorn, Adder's Fang, Elenai's Grace. Blackfire. Dark Talon. Where's this? Oh, in the Reach. There's a lot of... Man, that Valyrian steel sword that ended up in the hands of the wildlings is such an interesting story. It almost makes me want to, like, have a character who goes beyond the wall to get it. I don't know how I would do that. I don't know how I'd roleplay that. I kind of want to play this dynasty for a really long time. I'd love to play a descendant of this dynasty that becomes an adventurer. Because adventurers can be fun when you inject them with a... When you inject them with like a bunch of extra gold to start with. And some cool stuff. They're not so bad. I don't mind them as much. It's just the start that's quite a slog. Especially when they start as a part of a noble house. They have some prestige, so it's a little easier to get some... like contracts going. How we end up in the Vale and such. I haven't been here for the last few streams. I haven't streamed this very much, actually. This is on like session 3, technically. Oh, do you mean like what's the backstory in general? Because I'm happy to recap that. Aegon the Uglyfire died in an accident and was succeeded by King Gaemon Targaryen the Lunatic. Uh-oh. Dynasty member becomes a brother. It's possible. We could do that. I wonder if I can go about the process of unmaking this as an Iron Man save at some point by like editing a config or an ini file or something. Luna Underleaf. What about you tagged? House Underleaf. How are you guys doing? Earlon Underleaf. You would be a good match for my daughter. You're a little older, but I don't think that's a huge problem. Would you want to marry my daughter? Not matrilineally. I could arrange an introduction. Once she comes of age, we'll see. We'll see when she comes of age. Not comes of age, when she when we can knight her, we'll see. What's the backstory for Love Little House? So the story is that Lady Rain of Red Gull actually was a young girl who disguised herself as a boy in order to squire to a great knight. And she squired to Humphrey Harding of House Harding, which is traditionally from Harding Hall over here at Hardvale. And if you know anything about Game of Thrones, you know that Humphrey Harding was one of the knights that fought on behalf of Sir Dunk the Tall at the tourney of Ashford Meadow. So if you've read the books of the like the Hedge Knight, or if you've seen A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, the TV show, that's the tourney that they fight in. And Humphrey Harding is there. And spoilers, Humphrey Harding perishes. But before he dies, he knights his squire, Rain, who no one knows at this time as a, at least I think he probably knows, but publicly they don't, people don't know that she's a woman. Sad being that I watched that, it was really good. Yeah. So she's knighted, and then she travels back home, and then the spring sickness hits, which is a plague that devastates the Seven Kingdoms. It's horrible. She comes back to her hometown, which is Gulltown. And she's a knight now, and she wants to be a knight, you know, back where she grew up. So she wants to be, you know, a knight of the Vale. And she, you know, gallivants. She's a knight. She serves as a hedge knight, effectively, dutifully, and comes back home. And then pretty much people, at some point, someone connects the dots that she isn't exactly who she says she is, and there's a bit of a scandal, and it ends up being like, okay, so like, she was knighted in the presence of Prince Baelor Breakspear. And he was like, yes, very good. And was also knighted by Humphrey Harding. And the rest of the lords of the realm witnessed it and bore witness to it, and it was good, and we all agreed upon it. And in the eyes of the seven, she was made a knight. We can't undo her becoming a knight. We can't undo it. we can't undo it without causing a ruckus politically. But in the wake of the spring sickness, people are kind of like, well, we could use her, and she's a very skilled steward. So she always had a lot of skill with numbers and coin in particular. And in this alternate history, we say that the Gull Tower actually was burned down in a horrible fire. So pretty much the solution was, if we land her, if we make her a landed knight, and then elevate her to like a minor ladyship, we can stop calling her sir, and we can call her lady instead. And everyone was more comfortable with that. So she had this really bizarre rags to riches story as just a commoner who squired for a nobleman, who became knighted, who became landed out of discomfort, basically. And we've taken this character, who is an ambitious, just, inquisitive character, and she has expanded her realm a little bit in very small, reasonable chunks to 3 counties. And she is just making money hand over fist for her liege and for everyone in the Vale. She is managing Goldfeather House. That's kind of her seat now. We're making 35 gold a month here. And she's raised 4 children. She's got a husband that she loves very much, who's a personal champion. I always like that. I always like it when the spouse can be a personal champion. And yeah, she's basically very dutifully governed here. We haven't fought very many wars at all in a character's lifetime. It's been a very slow, steady kind of growth. And we're playing by a couple of rules. One of those rules is that, at least for her, this might change between each character, but for her at the very least, ruling is a matter of capacity and nobility. So she thinks if you are not a good person, if you don't have redeeming qualities, you shouldn't get to rule. And the person that ruled Goldfeather House was very incompetent and incapable and had a lot of bad traits. And the person that ruled Bronzeguard, very much the same. But she also is like, but those people ruled those lands through rights and lineage. So the two things we're trying to do is, like, we only really, at least for this character, and maybe that'll hold true for the son as well. We'll see. We'll see. He's still just, so I think that's a decent thing to hold on to. I think that's a decent, like, house trait to hold on to. Is that we may take the land and displace, but we try to keep the houses alive. We don't like eradicating houses. So, the previous house, which is a cadet branch of House Aaron, we've actually kept them alive. We brought them into the fold. We brought Tanissa in as a courtier of us. We married her matrilineally so that her children become are still, you know, of that house, and we're keeping them around. We're keeping them as, like, loyal courtiers, pretty much. And at some point, we might, you know, land them again. We might put them back somewhere. We took over Bronzeguard from House True, And then we built another keep here in Bronzeguard called the Cormorant Tower. And then we gave Bronzeguard back to House True, to someone that was slightly worthier. He's vengeful and craven, but vengeful I feel like is a tricky one. But him being patient and compassionate and a half decent steward at least made Rain think, okay, this guy can take control. That's fine. It was better than like the greedy, gluttonous, like paranoid people that ruled before him. Even if we did kill his father in a duel. No, I keep forgetting. It wasn't his father that we killed. It was his like uncle. But yeah. That's the general gist. We've gone from a burned down tower that had no buildings to a little like sort of like pseudo maritime trading power on the edge of the Vale. And with some political marriages, we've set up our firstborn daughter is in a matrilineal marriage to House Redford, which means that their children will have claims on Strongstone, which is the duchy to the west. And the boy that's becoming our heir is married to the Graftons, who rule Gulltown proper. So our trajectory pretty much is that our characters' grandkids will either directly inherit, if things go particularly well for us, or will at least have a very legitimate claim upon the Duchy of Gulltown, the High Lordship. Because one of the other traits is that I would really like to not rebel against our lieges, if possible. Because I think that's a big deal. So we don't want to rebel against the Royces, against Blackroon. We would much rather... It's like, well, we've become High Lords and now we're of equal status. We can work together. The Blackroon's heir is going to be reasonable targets if need be. Possibly. Deceitful and paranoid. They're troublesome. Well, our goal is to... Our goal with the family lineage is that within 3 to 4 generations, we'd like to form this kingdom title. The Bay of Crabs. That's sort of my long-term goal. I think what our next character is going to accomplish, I think what Robert is going to accomplish, I think he's going to try and build a bank. He's going to found his own bank. He's going to take control of Strongcliffs across the way, which is a bit unusual. I don't know how we're going to get around to that yet, but that's sort of my loose idea, that he wants to secure the Bay of Crabs itself. And part of that is I want to take direct control over Strongcliff to the south. So that we own like the 2 pincer points here, pretty much. So that we basically can protect and to some extent control trade that flows in. You know, a pretty strong point of control. Because at that point we pretty much have naval control over all of Gulltown. The other thing that he will do is, other than like, you know, preparing the fact that like his kids are going to be the ones that inherit, it'll be unpressed claims, I believe. It'll be, once the Finn dies, once he passes, Karin will inherit, pressed claims, and then her children with Robert will have unpressed claims. So he'll be trying to strengthen those claims to the best of his ability for the future. That's sort of how his look to the future is going to be manifested. But once we have the kingdom title, you know, when we take over the Bay of Gulls, well, Gulltown rather, we take over Gulltown, we become equals with the Royces, and we can ally with them, and we'll protect them as much as we can. I think we kind of want to entwine ourselves with them as much as possible. But when we form the kingdom title, they'll become our vassals. And at that point, we might give them these counties back so they can directly rule over them again. Like the Cormorant and the Gull Tower, because that's ancestral lands of Runestone. So Goldfeather House is definitely like the... I want this to be the capital of our realm for the foreseeable future. Possibly, even if we somehow end up with Grafton's Holdfast, I would still rather this be the capital, to be honest, because I just like the flavor of it, the gold feather house. It's just it's very neat. Very neat for a house with a bird in its name. The banks do. Tension seeps through the hall as the envoys of the bank have come to collect their due. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the bank envoys hand me a couple sheets of paper. Wow, that triggered at either the best or worst time, depending on your definition. The second is a sheet of calculations showing that I now owe them a total of 2,516 gold to be paid immediately. We will extend the loan and pay 652 gold. That was unfortunate. Let's just throw all the gold we have into shaving this down. It would have been better if I'd done this sooner. Let's just get it to half being under 1,000. So we'll owe 2,000 ish. All right, perfect. We owe 2,000 now. That's a little more manageable. Lord, leaving an impression. Mistress Osmarai is coming to Gold for the house to pay me a tribute. However, Lord Rob suggests the military display could ensure continued loyalty. Seeing your overwhelming might would make anyone think twice if treason never crossed their mind. My husband points out. A regular parade should suffice. I appreciate that, my husband. How oddly evil of you. I guess she's not the greatest vassal under the sun, so he's being like, we should teach that lady what for. 10 gold from the Gull Tower. The Cormorant Tower is going to become a cash cow pretty quickly. The only downside being it won't be able to upgrade too high until we upgrade the keep there as well, but that's okay. The Fearful Troops. Alright. We really need that at any cost. Really need that perk. Alright. Trainer in Chivalry. How close is she to being knighted? Cole, council meeting. As me and my counselors are gathering from a meeting, my dog Cole approaches me with begging eyes and a drooping tail. He doesn't like to be left alone, but this is an important meeting. He'll join me. My dog will join me in this meeting. I'm sorry, Lady Rains. This is my spy master, Jana. Oh my god, Jana. What the fuck happened to you? The Great Pox, Jana? I'm sorry about that one. When did he die? Of the Great Pox? That does track. On second thought, I think it's a great idea. Such a good boy, Cole. It's such a good boy, Cole. Alright, upgrade the blacksmiths. Once we have, at any cost, we'll be able to wring a bit of gold by selling some minor titles. We're not going to extort anybody. Actually, I don't think we can extort anybody regardless, but we wouldn't. My bones weaken. Our fragile bones weaken. Trader in swordsmanship. And she must be pretty close. I don't know what a knight needs to get to be knighted. I imagine it's like 70-ish. We can only train her once a month. We're going to keep pouring gold into constructions. Arel dies, our best friend. There's a deep and endless hole in my heart. Arel was a constant companion and confidant, and to have her ripped from my life feels like a mortal wound from which I will never recover. My hand clasps the note she gave me, the last note she will ever give me, I realize bitterly. I try to read it, but all I can do is move it away from my face. The precious words contained within it are not washed away by my tears. Though there's a crowd of many mourners around me, I've never felt so alone. I will never forget this day. Dark thoughts, guilt, and shame have been plaguing me of late. All of my sins, my flaws, my failings. These dark thoughts distract me from my responsibilities and keep me awake at night. I feel like I must do something to put an end to this mental anguish, but what could possibly help? I must be strong and resist these impulses. I'm just gonna think my way through these feelings. That's fine. That's what anyone would do in my situation. I'm gonna outthink it. Yeah. That'll show him. Alis died of old age. That was our tutor. Fortunately, Celise is willing to pick up the slack. My talented husband. Sometimes it's so easy to forget how talented my husband actually is. These guys are so in love. These guys are crazy for each other. The other day, he noticed some papers on my desk that went into boring details on supplies for our levies, and offered some suggestions on improvements which were surprisingly helpful. At first, I was resistant to accepting his help, but more and more I've decided it's simply prudent to accept the aid of a man who so clearly has my best interest at heart. Rob's amazing, isn't he? Discerning lover for 5 years. Horace, you need to get married, man. I don't know if you know that, but that is a big part of your thing. I'm not marrying you to Brienne, absolutely not. I kind of want her to have a love match. I think if anyone's deserved it, it's this chickadee right here. Or we could marry her to the Underleafs. I don't hate that. Erlon Underleaf. That'd be a good marriage for them at this point. It won't be matrilineal. I'll have them do an introduction once she's knighted. The swordsmanship. She's getting there. She's getting there. Robert comes of age. And my son is knighted. With his coming of age, my tuition of Robert is at an end. A natural administrator from birth, it's no surprise he's come far in his studies of... Oh my god, 4-star seneschal. Come far in his studies of the management of the realm. Not content with understanding the flow of wealth and people, he's capable of predicting it as if by instinct. He always finds new ways of profiting off it too. Lord Rob's contributions to Robert's education cannot go unmentioned. His guidance has helped the child reach further than I could have alone. He also gains trained fighter. So he's not as accomplished a warrior, but he's been knighted. 14 prowess is still pretty good. Still pretty decent. He's not the greatest warrior that ever lived, but he's pretty impressive. And we're going to immediately make him our steward. And he's gonna come of age. His fiancée is gonna come of age quite soon. We're gonna switch that to a grand wedding, I think. That's gonna be the plan. It's Robert Redgull. My god. What a legacy. What a legacy. And we're also educating his wife. It's kind of nice in a way. They've been growing up together as a result, learning alongside each other. Even if he did shove her that one time for no reason. Why is this a regimental clearing? That's not a very helpful thing for you to have. I shouldn't have done that. I need the grand wedding money. Brienne, don't get sick. I'm gonna train you in horse riding. Get better and then get knighted. Chronic headaches. She suffers from chronic headaches for the next 10 years. Oh gosh. Why is that? Our liege owes us some money. What else can we use this this strong hook for? Other than payment. Declare me regent? That's not... Press core position. Make me the master of arms? Yeah. Make me the master of arms. Oh, I could have used it to become the steward. And my ward, Corinne, has come of age. She's pretty good too. It's time she left my care. A natural administrator from birth. She's come very far. Displaying a thorough understanding of the flow of gold and the wanderings of people, she even expresses a remarkable creativity in dealing with these matters. Rienne, the Maiden Knight Red Gull. Her being single forever would be also kind of cool. She's actually would be willing to take... Becoming a scepter? Huh. I wouldn't want to do that to her. Doesn't feel nice. Maybe if we had more. Wait, did they just become married? I didn't even get to do a grand marriage? Dang it. That's fine, that's fine. She didn't end up with as much stewardship as I'd like. That's okay though. Robert is making up for it. A word of advice. I sold up between the market stalls of gold for their house, a heavy pouch tucking in my belt. How do I make this coin work for me today? As I admire the wares of a local smith, a good steal, a sound investment, my son Robert appears at my side. A word of advice, mother. Have a look at the mason's workshop over there. Their wares might be simple, but their potential is great. We've got 40 stewardship. That's crazy. Invest in a mason's workshop. You gain great mason... Oh. Plus 20% holding taxes and 10% off building construction cost for 440 gold, 30 years. Oh my god. 40 gold a month from this one place. Holy Moses. We are absolutely cooking. Absolutely put it in the work. Going absolutely mad with it. He revoked my master at arms position. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna not take that personally. I'm gonna not freak out. I'll not take that personally. Not gonna freak out. Oh, and there we go. Lady Rienne. Lady Rienne Redgull. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. Sir Rienne Redgull. The Maiden Knight. Alright. I'm going to see if she's interested in Erlon Underleaf. We're going to arrange an introduction between them. They won't accept the matrilineal, but if they're into each other, then this is fine. I like the idea of keeping the Underleafs around. My daughter is knighted. Good for her. Yes, I knighted her, but okay. That's fine. An introduction. Rienne is pleased when I present the news of her potential future husband. He's coming here to meet me? I hear he's a truly powerful warrior. You're actually matched with him. You're actually matched blow for blow with him. This is an interesting match. He's a little older, but I don't know. I'm gonna take off her helmet because it's really bothering me. But I think we might change her hair. Let's give her like a warrior braid or something. Yeah, the neck braid is good. I can't change your default weapon, can I? I can give you a weapon. I can give her my knife. What if he doesn't like me? Does that mean we won't be married even after he comes all this way? We shall see. I said, and that was enough to placate Rienne's worries, at least for the time being. I'm going to give her Gulls Mew. I'm going to give her a knife. It's time to prepare. Here, take my knife. Yeah, okay. She's no longer holding a mace. Wow, why is your chainmail, like, blue? That's interesting. Let me fix that. That should be secondary color 1, right? Nope. That's that. This is dynastic. Is that the dynastic color? That's a little messed up. Okay, that's that. I don't see that. I don't see that. Look, the chainlock color should be one of these things. It's not this. Or that. I wish the color picker was not so terrible. Ah, there we go. That looks a bit less crazy. Sir Rien Red Gull. That's so crazy. We managed to have at least one daughter who became a knight. I think Rowan could have as well, but I mean, can I invite her to the court at this point? Erlon arrived at Golfether House early in the day and was quickly greeted in the castle courtyard by none other than Rien herself. Fortunately, she still seems pleased by the idea of the visit and what it potentially represents, and their initial exchanges as she bade him welcome did nothing to dispel that. Meanwhile, Erlon was cordial and well-mannered. If anything, he was eager to get things underway. The actual introduction begins in 2 days' time, where both of them will spend time alone to get to know each other better. Let's see how this goes, shall we? Winning me over. Things were quiet in the castle. After Erlon and his retainers were put up for the night, I invited him to my personal quarters for a small dinner, hoping he and Rien might have a chance to talk in private, without 100 eyes upon them. Rowan's hair bugs you? I can't change it. Actually, I think I can, but I don't know if I should. She chose that. Like, the character chose that. She wants the Tyroshi dies for some reason. We chatted amiably over several drinks. Before I knew it, I was laughing at the man's jokes and telling several of my own. He was possibly trying to ingratiate himself with me as the one who decides the fate of the wedding, but it didn't feel that way. We're simply getting along. Rien left the dinner early, bored and unnoticed. Oh, no. The next day. Erlon presents himself in the throne room, primped and preened and ready to spend the day with Rien. He appears nervous, which is understandable considering the eyes of the entire court are upon him, because any reservations he at least has the grace not to let them show. As for Rien, she is far less guarded about her opinion. She's been beaming brightly at Erlon from the moment he appeared, and clearly eager to get the day started. While the court watches, Rien steps forward and takes him out of the chamber. Her plan is to spend the day on a long hike, apparently. The introduction is about to begin. Pretty high chance they charm each other. This is a good match. A fine beginning. The day that Rien and Erlon spent each other's company turned out to be a successful one. They roamed the lands immediately around Golfether House, with Rien pointing out various historical sites. The primary point, of course, was for the two to talk. Erlon appeared to enjoy the hike well enough, and they chatted away amiably. Despite all the watchful eyes charting their every move, they seemed at ease, and the day appeared to be a success. As the sun began to wane and the couple were called back to the castle for dinner, Rien privately confessed as much. "This is the man I want to marry," she said. It's clear that Erlon feels the same. The question then, is their marriage to what I want? Yeah, let's do it. I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Well, the only downside being that she's leaving. Can I bring you back to my court? No, but that's okay. You go out there and you live your life. I'll miss you. I'll miss you, sweetheart. We could bring our eldest back. Why not do that? Rowan has spent a good amount of time over there. And she's returned. We'll make her our marshal. And if she wants, we can train her as a knight as well, I think. That might not be an option. She might be too old. But we'll bring her back and we'll make her our marshal. Family feast, all as well. My eldest daughter acted as a mediator all evening, smoothing over more than one family argument. Meanwhile, Mark didn't stop rolling his eyes and heavily sighing at the slightest mention of the seven. Cynical. Even so, it was good. We're all together, and that's what matters most. And we are going to switch to ultimogeniture. So we sign a decree at this point that if anyone has sort of inherited the traits that we need to manage the realm, people that are interested in governance, people that are interested in development and taking the best possible care of the people, it's going to be Robert. Sir Robert Redgull becomes the new heir to House Redgull. A newly minted knight, 16 years old, married to Lady Corinne Grafton, who... I'm going to give her a slight makeover when everyone's 18. Let's get to 18. And on we walk. I want to see what Robert looks like at 18. And at any cost. We unlock at any cost. We're going to sell some trivial titles. For 750 gold. Selling titles of purely symbolic importance to people of more means than pedigree will bolster my treasury. Alright, we draw up some writs of honor, and we, I guess some people get knighted, some people get, like, small, minor, ceremonial. Oh. Master Humphrey of the Shet Docks. I am honored by the titles you offered me, and of course I'll subsidize them, as is right and proper. I cannot thank you enough for this honor. Whatever you demand, I'll do my utmost for you. You are a true and loyal vassal. Pays 450 gold to us. Damn. With 1,800 gold, we're going to pay off half of our loan right now, and we'll keep investing the rest of it. We're going to upgrade the bakery. No, the blacksmith here. And the Cormorant Tower. We're going to... We'll put the whatchamacallit? The windmills right there. Perfect. 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 We have a lot of gold in our pockets that we cannot use right now. Chapel, hillside fields. Okay, we'll build a trade port here. We're gonna help out all of our towny vassals with a trade port each. Dear vassal, the time has come to repay the loan you granted me. However, at this time I cannot pay the loan in full. I'll provide the interest for the last 5 years. I promise that I shall have what I owe in 5 more years. I hope you understand, my loyal vassal. I guess that's fine. Our liege has become a deadbeat. This last county here, this last, like, holding, I don't know what I want to do about it, or with it. At age 60. We're still in fine health. Our husband's in poor health. At age 51. Why? Clouded eyes? Aww. Robert Redgull begins to be trained as an heir apparent. Snail! Thank you for the 10 bits, Snail. How's your night been? Thanks again for gaming today. I had a really good time. My throat kind of hurts a little bit from all the laughing we were doing. Leslie Nielsen. Draw play. Alright, we'll keep upgrading this because we are stacking percentage buffs here to Goldfeather House. A snail. My cat just left a dead cockroach in the bed. That's awful. I hate that. I'm so sorry. I hate that for you. That's really, really terrible. That's such a... That's rough. That's rough. I wouldn't deal with that very well. We'll take a little bit of gold from Humphrey again. Humphrey's got a lot of fucking gold. How the fuck did Humphrey end up with 1,400 gold? Christ almighty. What a power play. What the hell? He must have... That must be a loan. What the hell? You should invest that into your territory, man. Rumpelstiltskin, I told you. No sleep till Brooklyn. You did... Oh, you called him Rumpelstiltskin, didn't you? Is that what you were referring to? It all makes a lot of sense now, actually. Cole, run away. I'm out riding my dog Cole beside me when he runs off into the city. Cole, I said heal. Wait for me. I'll keep upgrading the blacksmith. Upgrade the apiary here. Cole, run away. Not a sight of Cole could be found. As I'm about to leave, my son and heir, Sir Robert, appears out of nowhere, Cole in tow. My friend, I do believe you lost someone. My God. Robert's a hero. I know what kind of facial hair I want to give Robert. I think it's going to suit him very well. It pops in a bit. It's not this. It's not this. My God. Why does this beard show up so often? Mutton chops? Hilarious. I want to give him that. There it is. Yes, Robert. Yes. Aelin Tullett of Greyglen has passed away. My throat hurts from too much mirth. And Sivas too. The king is too weak. The dragon should be stronger. Respected clergy in chess. Love that. Wait, can I just befriend the Pope? That feels too easy. Constant disrespect. She won't listen to me, Robert shouts, and rage as he storms into my study. It took a fair amount of calming and cajoling, but eventually I learned the source of Robert's ire is none other than my caravan master, Elsera. Apparently the woman had been consistently dismissive of Robert, ignoring his orders and rude to the point of offense. And your first thought was to come to me, I ask, amused. Robert threw his hands up in frustration. I don't know what to do. Teach Robert how to better handle this sort of situation. He completely misunderstands. His air training regresses. Okay, it's okay, Robert. We'll get there. We'll get there. I'm so enamored with you, Robert. You're gonna be great. You're gonna be great. Myth plays music, I've heard. I've heard legend. I've heard tell of such things. Alright, so we're gonna leave CK3 there for the night. I think I want to play Deada's Disco to wrap up, if that's cool. No! Lord Rob is no longer my personal champion? Is it because he's infirm? No! 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 He's 10 years younger than us! He's Hale! And he's 10 years younger than us! Why? He's not even 53 years old! Oh, man. We're outrunning the devil here anyway. The fact that we made it to our 60s is actually a little crazy, to be honest. Strong is helping out fantastically. His turn is younger and he's dying. You outlive him. I don't want to outlive him. Child of my blood. Robert has a daughter. Ellen Redgull. My good daughter, Lady Karen, has given birth to a daughter. Since the little one is a fruit of the Redgull tree, she should be bestowed a name worthy of her heritage. She didn't inherit any traits, but that's okay. They can't all be Cersei. I don't think so. I need an R name. Renata? I like Renata. Named her Rain. I could see the second born daughter getting Rain. But I like Renata. Renata Redgull. A tournament. I will join your tournament. Okay, we'll do the tournament and conclude on that, and then I'm going to play Deada's Disco for a little bit. I can't wait for it to start. You're not competing. Of course I'm not. Artisan Quarters. The Langward quest. I want a Redgull quest for 225 gold. Extra renown. Extra renown. Okay, that is maxed out. That's maxed out. That can go higher, that can go higher. Now this needs to be... This could be hospices or stables. Do I bank on plague resistance or do I bank on making my knights the best ever in the world? And being able to do ground tournament jousts at some point. How about a hospice stable? Does our culture at some point unlock the ability to build another? Do we get another building slot at some point? Scoosage. Domain limit +1. I don't see +1 building slot there. Scootage urbanization. Scootage McNary. My brain just immediately went there again. If it isn't Scootage McNary. No more building slots, looks like. I was hoping to build them as like plague resistors. A little bit. I think with how devastating plagues can be, it would make sense to have some hospices. Observatory. I think it would be good. Wait. It's not ideal, but it's not bad either. And it scales income. Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the blacksmith combined with... I mean, if anything went, I could move... I could get rid of the town baker. Because that's just flat gold. Yeah, the baker is the thing I'd be most likely to remove. 2.3 gold a month. Which caps out at like 3.2. Replacing that with stables. Why don't I build the stables and then we'll replace this with the hospices later? That seems good to me. That works for me. Partisan quarters. What? A noble's blood. Aylin's voice rings out, startling me. I need the smallest splash of noble blood to quench a blade. For glory, for everlasting fame. Severe health penalty for that'll instantly kill me. What nonsense, you fucking lunatic. Get out of here. I'm pretty sure that would instantly put me into dying. Avaricious. Plus 15% holding taxes. Now, how much are we earning a month? 80 gold. 78.7 gold. We're out of control. No one can stop us. No one can stop us now. I've never been so powerful. I am unto a god. I think I should build a sept here. I think another sept would be good. I like the septs being on like these like remote islands too. Faith Key, Remembrance Isle feels like a... It does feel like a temple, doesn't it? Alright. I'm gonna just skip through this stuff because it's not a duel that we get to fight in, so... Hilarious. Boo, boo! A well-deserved win! Artisan quarters. What a magnificent work he's done, I hear Knight proudly say. If you have the gold, I have the steel, says Septon Aylin. Rain of Arrows gets sharpened blade. Funny thing to do on my bow. Is it sharpened blade like as a trait, or does it just +1 the prowess? Inscribe a prayer inscription. Piety. I wanted to say my feathers fly true. That's such a fucking good inscription on a bow. My feathers fly true on a bow is crazy. Beautiful. Beautiful. Couldn't write it better. Couldn't write it better. To the field! And tournaments bore the hell out of me when I can't be in them. Not long to go. Well. I'm here to watch, not flirt. Get the fuck out of my face. My husband's dying, you fucking bastard. My husband's dying. What a great occasion. I don't mind going a little longer today because I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'd normally try for a Saturday stream, but it's definitely not going to pan out at the moment. Let's pay half of what we owe. We've got to clear our debts at this point. Because if we die suddenly, our debts will really cause problems for our immediate heir. We'll default on a loan immediately. It's not good. Not good stuff. Not good business. It's bad business. If y'all are into it, we might start the Red Dead single player next week. That's gonna be twice week. My goal is twice weekly for 4 hours a session. So 8 hours of Red Dead 2 single player a week is my goal. So it's not like a dedicated stream, but like 4 hours of Red Dead. Don't tease me. I'm just trying to figure out if it's worth uploading to YouTube or not. Because I wouldn't call it like a blind reaction. I know a lot of like the plot beats of what we're dealing with. You know, it'd be pretty hard to be unspoiled in that game, I think. But there's a lot that I haven't. There's a ton of like side stuff in particular I haven't seen at all. You know, I've only really played through like the first 2 chapters. Pretty much the second they got to Lemoyne is when I stopped playing last time. The Cormorant Tower. Okay, the windmill's there. Great. So I think apiary. Yeah. Ah, so the best fucking part. That's when I stopped playing? Before I got to the best part, is what you mean? Did I fuck up? Am I fucked up? You mad at me? Pet the dog. I didn't realize how high our stress was. We gotta get that under control. And talk to confidant. My mind is at ease. Lemoyne, you mean the roads? Yes. I stopped playing then. I remember... Familiar feast. Bliss. After the food was taken away, Rob and I looked at it, everyone engaged in merriment and conversation. My husband sighed with contentment, and our eyes met. Ours may not be a passion that burns hot, but it is still love. This is our family, and it is good. We're soulmates. What the fuck are you talking about? Our passion burns hot. We fucked like crazy back in the day. Means everything often be new and therefore heightened. Yeah, that's true. And like I said, I know the shape of the game. I know the shape of the game. I also know that Red Dead's a prequel to the first game. I know everything that happens with Arthur. It's pretty hard not to at this point. And for some reason, I know a lot about Leopold Strauss because I watched like a video essay about him at some point. So I know like a lot about that specifically. Like a character analysis of Leopold Strauss, and I was like, hell yeah. Wait, his name was not Leopold. I'm thinking that's a VTM character. What was his name? It is Leopold Strauss. Wait a minute. Who am I? Wait. Maximilian Strauss is what I was thinking of. Okay, I got confused and double confused. I really bamboozled myself. Vassal limit. +2 vassal limit. That's a bit crazy. Okay, some of these are really, really expensive. Sell trivial titles. If we survive to get another 750 gold injection, we can maybe look at some major upgrades. Some months ago, Osmar began clearing land of the forest at Bronzeley to prepare for settlement. Trees are uprooted, paths cut, and ground is swaled. But she's now written Steward Robert to request that her levy duties be reduced. Being anxious to complete the works before her next harvest, she hopes instead to recruit soldiers for labor. Reduced troop levy. That's fine, I think. The entirety of Bronze Guard could do with that. Troops levied for construction. Yeah, that works for me. Levies are really not how we project power. We project power economically and through our elite soldiers, not through not through levies. We might try to educate Renata. I don't think we'll live long enough to actually impart any traits on her, but we'll try. I hope Robert and Karen get along. Her name is Karen. I've been calling her Corinne, but her name is Karen. I think Corinne's a better name. I'm going to call you Corinne. So I'm going to help you out with a makeover as well. Oh wow, the Grafton Orange. There you go. What about you, my dear? My son? What should you wear? I really like that. Really like that. Anything else that jumps out? I don't mind the doublet. It kind of suits him. And the Hans Noble attire. It does look nice. If I can get in the blue. I quite like that. I quite like that a lot. Our blue is deeper, but I keep trending it like more like teal. Yeah, make it darker, make it stand out more. Three. Oh. Maybe make this blue again. Like around here. Very Peter Baelish. Yeah, and I think on some level, to me, this house is very like, what if Peter Baelish was like, not a fucking psychopath? I kind of want to give him, that does look a little weird though. I mean, if I give him like the bold blue sleeves and we give him like a black, we bring this down. Ooh, there we go. He did it for love. He did it for love and an incomprehensible accent. Okay, I'm liking that a lot. That looks pretty good. Make it a little richer. Yes. That's the house colors. I think he might be the one when he inherits, he might change the house seal. Like update it. Because it still kind of looks like a... It still at the moment kind of looks like something someone painted on a shield. Because that's what it was. Ooh, the splash of red on the belt. I'm into. That's also house color. Ooh, we can make it really bold. It's almost a little Lannister. We can emphasize the gold. Gold feather. The gold and gold feather. That one doesn't seem to affect anything. The fourth color is the trim. And we'll make that just white, I think. I think that stands out the best. Or maybe we'll take it to blue and make it more like a grayish blue. Deep blue? I'm good with that. I think that suits him pretty well. Okay. Get too tall to do it for you. Yeah. Tansel. Oh, when did we... No, Alana. Oh. We made it so far. And are our eyes clouding too? I think at this point we're not wearing armor every day. I think we swap back to something a little more fitting. I don't like... This is like clipping. What's something like comfortable we can wear? It's all about makeovers. This is crazy looking. What the fuck? Why is it so shiny and glossy? Maybe something Myrish. What would she wear? Actually, I'm kind of into that. That feels about right. It's clipping in a weird way though. Why is it clipping? Let's go with this. The off blue. So it's like teal on dark blue, or like grayish blue. We can make it pop a little bit. And then, oh wow, that looks crazy different. Let's split the difference. My God. That's good. Yeah, we can make the trim white. It's time to dress my dolls, guys. It's time to get them ready for the ball. Go for gold again. Kind of mimic our sun. But we'll do black. Black and gold. Oh, with the red trim? Okay. Alright, nice. Her pants are clipping. Needs to be wearing pants, though. So, the option there was no pants. Black loose trousers. That suits. Fourth color. I don't think this one triggers to anything. Okay. There's something about this that's not quite right to me. Maybe if I just make the base completely blue, and then we embellish dark on it instead. Let's see how that looks. Do I like that? I actually don't know. That's around the same shade as our sun's. Let's do that. Something comfortable. It clips the pants. The banks do. Our loan will be repaid in full. We are now debt-free at the age of 63. Which is when I expect to be debt-free, if ever. Yikes. Yikes. I write seeking permission for my heir, Mandan. You named him after yourself, huh? And to visit you in coming months. If you can assist in the lad's training, it'd be appreciated. I seek no commitment of time beyond that which you're willing to give. Sure, sure. Rowan, my dear. You only had 2 children. That's not very dedicated of you. I think she'd look great in a denim vest with a wide-brimmed hat. Yeah, okay, all right. Welcome, Mandan. We'll teach you what we can, Mandan. An unpleasant air. I wonder if he's like this at the Red Fort. A trade port constructed at Gull Tower. Upgrade the windmills. My God, this is crazy. 82 gold a month. Anger in the barracks. Watching my son practice swordsmanship in the barracks, I was concerned to see how little respect he received from some of the other captains. Andar in particular disregards his every opinion and even waved the lad away when he asked him for pointers. Robert confirmed my assessment. He knows far more than me, it's true, but one day I'll be his liege. I need his respect. He barely knows Jack. He's a better fighter. And that's it. Sorry, I'm getting like actually pissed off on my son's behalf. Help Robert improve his martial knowledge. Available perks. All right, meritocracy. I'm going to switch to diplomacy and prestige from now on. And we're still at 60 fine health at age 64. Time with my heir. Time with the heir. Lord Mandan better be grateful. This kid's going to drive me into an early grave. Oh no. Commission artifacts. Commission special artifacts. Armor. Okay. I guess that'll be our son's mission. Not us. And heir's training. For the last several weeks in the company of Roberts, who showed the young man what it took for a steward to run a castle and manage the lands around it. Things didn't go well. Robert and Amanda didn't particularly get along, and the lad was mostly bored. I'll have to remember to thank Robert for making the effort anyhow. So this is... I'm actually... What's his relation to us? He's like our... What is he? What is he to us? Mandan's a fucking dud. Yeah, Mandan sucks. Mandan sucks. We need so much gold. And to upgrade some of these buildings. Lord Mandan better be grateful. This is gonna kill me. This is gonna kill me. This is what's gonna kill me. Of late, my courtiers seem to avoid me at all costs. They hear whispers. They think I'll stop at nothing to achieve my ambition. Nothing is sacred to me. But this means I lead with a firm hand. Doesn't mean I'm a monster, does it? Robert, you'll support me, right? Lose 41 stress. Thank God for Robert. Thank the gods for Robert. Since it was Mandan's last evening in Goldfeather House, a small dinner was hosted in his honor. And though I'd rather have avoided the occasion entirely, I was still his host. And this is my castle. The young man was polite, though he mostly kept to himself, perhaps reflecting on the mixed success of his visit. The next day was on his return to the Red Fort and his father. Well, you have fun with that. Oh. Okay, Corinne is pregnant again. Shot of my blood. Our grandson, Simon Redgull. Renly Redgull. Perfect. Didn't inherit any of the traits, but that's okay. And that's not the most important thing. I mean, we rolled the dice on each of the kids. You know, you never know. The youngest could end up having it. I expect them to have a pretty large stable of children. Stable of children? Flickerclad. Flickerclad, come on. You gotta at least pretend not to be you gotta pretend to be sane. You gotta pretend that you keep it together for a spell. Their daughter's nephew. Thank you. I could not figure out how to find the syntax on that. All right, upgrade the port there. My bones weaken. Hold on, Rob. We're gonna be fine. You're gonna get to the ripe old age of 60. It's all gonna be fine. It's all gonna pan out. Train for a tournament? I don't think so. What's on the artifact market? The Stormlander crown. How did you get that? Magnificent tapestry. Well, you know, that's some pretty impressive stuff. We're never gonna get to 10,000. Good lady, I've been informed by a mutual friend that you and I share a similar interest. Are you a hunter? If so, what's your favorite game to hunt? I like a stag hunt. Are we gonna go hunting? Who are you? Ah, the noble stag. Oh, the ruler of which isle? The ruler of which isle? My gamekeeper spotted a large deer recently. You want to join me in a hunt? Sure. Let's look for tracks. Lord Sailard. No tracks. Okay, goodbye. Going home now. Even though my husband is a part of my court, it's not often we get to spend the day together. Today was not like a day like most others. It was quiet in the castle for once. I sent them away, Rob said. I managed such a feat, I didn't ask. The day that followed is one. What is this? We're both riddled with osteoporosis. You're half blind and infirm. We are fucking in the garden. That's true love. That's true love. You gained the Saintly Builder of Remembrance Isle Legend Seed. We gained a Legend Seed. Interesting. What's the outcome for this? Reassert the holy mission and evangelize the realm. Not particularly useful unless we like do a heresy. Gain access to the legendary shrine and the clear ground for legendary building decision. Ooh. Ooh. Gain access to the commission legend artifact decision, allowing you to commission a chronicle to commemorate your legend. This feels like a thing I want to do. It costs a lot. Costs a lot. That's decisions for next time, I think. That's maxed out. That's maxed out. That's maxed out. This can go like 1 higher, I think. And the stables can go to 5. And then everything past that. Then we will swap the town baker for hospices. So we can get the plague resistance up, because I think that's going to be important down the line. Good, good, good. Solid, solid. Lady Mavis of Strongson was excommunicated. Man. As their lady, my vassals owe me their allegiance. My word is law. But how much is obedience worth without devotion? In time of crisis, a slow response, a half-hearted effort can lead to disaster. Can I afford such a risk? I will win their unwavering loyalty. I will die old. Well, if you're not getting me anything useful, I guess we could ask to be the steward. Yeah, I'm going to ask to be the steward. I'm going to leave the chancellor position, and I'm going to say, hey. I'd like to be your steward. The fact that I'm not your steward already is crazy. I've got 42 stewardship. You're a lunatic. You're a lunatic for not having given this to me right away. Urbanization. Renata's first steps. I hear a commotion coming from my granddaughter Renata's chambers. Hastening inside, I see the wet nurse Kalena is playing with her. Renata just took her first step. What else can she do? Prowess increases by 1. Yes. Yes. Good, good. You grow in your training every day. All right. We're on our way to equal establishment. of martial norms. Been going for nearly 10 hours. Shit, I was gonna switch to Deada's Disco, but I need to set those alarms. If I don't set those alarms, my spine's gonna break. All right, that's a good place to leave it, I think. Lord Walter. Harrenhal. My god. Lord Walder Frey, huh? Disintegrating emoji screaming, no. Whoa. Dude. What happened to all my animations? Look at how haunted the just chatting screen is now. Cursed. Cursed. Truly cursed. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. I guess welcome to my welcome to my oh no.